6 minutes, that's pretty good time. That's pretty good. It's way better than our IT.
The June 27th meeting of the Scarborough Planning Board will come to order. I apologize to those of you who were waiting online. Technology problems abounded, but we think we've got it settled now. If you are not going to make a comment, though, you might just simply go to the view only YouTube. That is and has been up and running. We may still have some problems with the Zoom meeting. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Doreen, will you please call the roll?
Rachel Henriksen.
Here.
Rick King.
Here.
Roger Bailey.
Here.
Richard Dufary.
Here.
Jennifer Ladd.
Here.
Karen Chu. Here. Ted Reed.
Here.
The planning board is, everybody who's voting is here tonight, so the alternates will not vote, but they will be allowed to make comments and discuss the various applications. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, first May 16th. Do I hear a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Second, Jen Ladd. Any additions, corrections, amendments? Call the roll, please.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
Rick King.
Yes.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Richard Dufary.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd.
Yes.
Thank you. The next minutes are for June 6th. Do I hear a motion? Motion of approval?
So moved.
Roger Beely, and a second.
I'll second.
Rick DePerry. Are there any changes or corrections?
No, but a comment. I'm going to abstain from voting as I missed that meeting.
All right, thank you. Roger, did you looked as though you were ready to say something? Never mind.
No.
Okay. Any other comments or corrections? Doreen, call the roll, please.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd.
Yes.
Rick King.
Abstain.
Rick Dufary.
Yes.
Thank you. Just a reminder to folks that we do not take up new items after 10 o'clock at night. So if you are at the end of this agenda, what I will try and do sometime around 9:45, if it goes that long, is to make a good guess as to whether or not we will be able to take any more applicants after that. Number 5, Able Projects LLC requests a master plan review to establish a trailer rental facility on a 17-acre parcel located at 69 Holmes Road, Assessors Map R33, Lot 2. Eric, please.
Thank you. So Able Projects is requesting a master plan review to establish a trailer rental business on a 17-acre parcel located at 69 Holmes Road. The master plan phase is the second of 3 phases in the plan development process outlined in Section 7 of the Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance. It includes a review of preliminary infrastructure plans, conceptual uses, mitigation for any environmentally sensitive areas, excuse me. Staff has identified several items the board should discuss with the applicant, primarily a 100-foot residential buffer to remain undeveloped abutting the neighboring RF zone property, and showing potential future uses of the remaining 2 pods of the project. Another item of note is the light industrial district standard that prohibits access to and from the site via 2-rod road. The master plan procedurally would be followed by a formal site plan and/or subdivision application, each of which would require the planning board's review. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Nancy St. Clair. I'm with St. Clair Associates. I'm here tonight on behalf of Able Projects LLC, Art Ledoux is here in the audience with me. And what we'd like to do tonight is discuss the master plan step. As Eric indicated, we were here before you a little while ago, back on May 16th. And at that time, we reviewed the site inventory and analysis step in the planned development review process, which is required in the light industrial district. So we're here tonight as the next step in the process, which is the master planning process. A lot of the information that we presented and you folks reviewed as part of that first step back in May is included as part of these plans and presentation materials that we provided for you. So if you recall, up in the northeast corner of the site, that sort of darker green area is a mapped wetland that was identified on the site. There are some slopes that are adjacent to that wetland area. Those are kind of shown in the lighter green there. There's the tree line forms that outer green line, if you will. And the center core of the property is the parking area that was used for the racetrack, probably built sometime in the 1950s, but used as a parking lot for all those years. And so tonight with the master plan process, what we're looking to present is sort of how we envision that parcel, which is about 17 acres, might be used in the future by the applicant. So we've divided this parcel basically into 3 pods. Pod A is on the west side of the parcel, and that's the one that's closest to Fish and Game Lane. And in that parcel, that is envisioned for Art Ledoux's KCV trailer rentals property. That's his business. And Art is here if you folks have any questions about that as we get to kind of the sketch level of that review. The centerpiece of the property is almost like an L shape. It includes that wetland area. As I mentioned, we're not proposing to do anything that would be left as open space in that darker green area. But in the central core, that development pod B is envisioned to have some opportunities either for future expansion of the applicant's use of pod A, or it could be divided into several smaller lease areas for compatible uses that are allowed in the light industrial district. There's been a fair amount of market interest in this property. There are some uses that would be certainly allowed in the district and would be very much viable as a reuse of this site given its open flat nature. The development pod C, which is on the easterly side of the property, has about 2 acres within that. And that's envisioned to be another compatible use or allowable use within the light industrial district. There's been quite a bit of interest for a contractor staging area, that type of use for a contractor to lease that particular piece of the property, that sort of fin, if you will, on the end of the property. So one of the comments that was received as part of our staff level review was to provide any information that we might have on some of those other uses. And they're really market driven, and they're really driven by, you know, what's available for land area in this area. And I don't know if I lost that, or there we go. What's available for land area and market interest as far as how those development pods may materialize in the future. What we do know is development pod A is envisioned for the applicant's own use with his own business, and we'll get into that in just a minute. So I think I'll switch to the next plan here. I can get it up here.
Nancy, you have lost the other 2 screens. Now you're back.
Get him back? All right. All right. High technology, you know. So this image is very similar. Oh, you can see it on that one. This image is very similar to one that you just saw, but this is the infrastructure approach for the project. And there's a little over 1,242, actually 1,242 square linear feet of frontage along Holmes Road, which is quite an expanse. It's an open, flat area at level with Holmes Road. And the uses, the parking lot really had kind of an uncontrolled point of access all along that area there. So one of the things that we envision as part of the master planning process is to really help to hone in on how we would do access management along the Holmes Road frontage. And for each of those development pods, you can see in those little sort of white areas on the image, we have envisioned where a driveway might come in for each one of those development pods. Each one of those has been placed based on meeting and complying or exceeding the minimum separation distances required for driveways cited in the ordinance. For example, the first driveway in development pod A is a little over 204 feet from the intersection with Fish and Game Lane. The ordinance requires 175. So we set that to kind of push towards the east side of the site to give us a little bit better separation from Fish and Game Lane. On pod B, it's centered, basically pretty close to it. And then again, on pod C, we have it sort of centrally located, giving the best opportunity for use of that site as something may move forward on that. You'll also see on the back edges of the property, or the northern edges of the property, there's a couple of other little white boxes. Those are areas that we envision to have internal shared access. So we would have the opportunity to have some internal connectivity between the sites themselves to help sort of distribute the traffic flow within the site. There is a well that's located on the property. We mentioned that during the site inventory and analysis phase. And see if I can find it here. So if you can see where the hand is, that is where the well is located, right in that area there. That's actually a water supply well. It was tested as part of the original site inventory and analysis studies that were done by St. Germain. It's a potable water supply. It actually supplied one of the grandstands, one of the restaurants, I guess, in the grandstands. So with the sale of this property, that connection is severed and this well is available for use on the site. With the applicant's use of pod A, there's no structure proposed. He doesn't propose to have an office on the site. So the well that is on the site would be available for pod B. And we envision that if there needed to at some point in the future be a well on pod A or C, that would be another well that would be drilled. Likewise, subsurface disposal is the available opportunity for septic in this area. And so we would envision that each one of these pods would have its own septic system. As we mentioned during the site inventory and analysis phase, the applicant has worked with their soil scientist, and the soil scientist had indicated that given the soil types on the property, the opportunities to provide subsurface disposal were wide open as far as availability to put something on each of these sites. So we're comfortable with that each site could stand alone if it needed for subsurface disposal. We do recognize that as part of the requirements for subsurface disposal within the light industrial district, there are a few things that are necessary to happen. And we cited each one of those in our application materials, but if I can remember off the top of my head, one is that the flow for each of the subsurface disposal systems would not exceed 2,000 gallons a day. And that's an engineered system, anything above that. So we're confident we would be well below that. So we would comply with that. That any subsurface disposal system could be replumbed, if you will, to tie into any public sewer if it ever came out to that area. And we certainly understand that. And no processing wastewater was another one. We don't envision any of that type of wastewater on the site. And I believe that there was a requirement that if public sewer ever came out to the area, the applicant would be obliged to connect to that within, I think it was 24 months of it being available. And we certainly would be open and accommodating for that. So that's the approach for subsurface disposal. For overhead power, we do have, there's three-phase power along the frontage for along Holmes Road. So for each of the sites, depending on what the utility needs, we may have three-phase underground or single phase coming to any building that might be there. There's lighting on the site right now. There was some parking lot lights that were on the site. We would envision for the applicant's use moving forward that those would be sufficient for him at this point. Depending on what happens on the other development pods, there may be some changes that might need to happen, but that would be something that would be reviewed as part of the site plan review process. So you'll see kind of these sort of bluish little odd shapes along the edges of the property. Those are areas that we envision for potential stormwater management, for stormwater BMPs for treatment. We do envision that, given the fact that this is a existing developed area primarily, that our treatment requirements would fall in the redevelopment category. We do envision that we would have to do some provisions for stormwater facilities. So we have highlighted areas where we think would be the logical point to put them. And you can see they're kind of on the north side. The site slopes in a general northerly direction towards the lower areas away from Holmes Road. So that's it kind of in a nutshell for the inventory plan for the infrastructure. But one thing I wanted to discuss a little bit was the buffering and the streetscape buffers, and the point that Eric had made with regard to buffering along the RF district. So along the northerly edge of the parcel, this site abuts the RF district, which is a rural farming district. And as we understand it, we've had a few discussions with Eric, it's our understanding that the 100-foot building setback that is required in this district would be a buffer. And with that, we had anticipated, see if I can get to my next presentation image here. So if you look on the northerly edge of the site, our plan for Mr. Ledoux's use of Pod A did propose that there would be an access area and some of the trailers would be able to be parked in those spots above that 100-foot. What we had originally understood was a setback. We don't have any structures. These are not permanent fixed structures, so we don't have any structure that's in that 100 feet. But in our discussions with Eric, it's our understanding now that we would need to remove those from that area. But we would like to get some clarification with regard to opportunities that might exist for use of that 100 feet, whether it be for stormwater facilities, as you see on the plan, or some other non-invasive uses. So we would like to get some clarification on that with regard to that 100 feet. There was a comment in the staff memoranda regarding a similar requirement along Fish and Game Lane. I believe the ordinance wording is such that it's for any site that abuts the RF district. And along Fish and Game Lane, the RF district line is along the center of Fish and Game Lane. We abut the easterly side of Fish and Game Lane. So there's that strip of RF land, IL land that abuts it, but it's not within our property. So when we prepared the plans, we respected the ordinance requirements for a streetscape buffer along a street, Fish and Game Lane, that was 10 feet in width, because that is the requirement for a street other than if you're in a high level streetscape requirement, like along the turnpike or along Holmes Road or those types of things. So that's where we got the 10 feet that's shown on the plan. And we had some discussions with Eric, and I think he's of the same notion that because we don't physically abut the RF district in this particular case, that I believe would be acceptable, but we would like to obviously follow up with you folks on that and get confirmation on that. So moving into the sketch plan piece of it. As you can see, we have a layout that uses that access point from Holmes Road to come into the site. We have a configuration that sort of has a couple loops to allow circulation for a vehicle to come in, either pick up or deposit a unit on the site, and then be able to maneuver out. To our knowledge, there's no right of access. We don't have an access onto Fish and Game Lane. That's private. So as you can see, we don't have an access coming out onto Fish and Game Lane. Our point of access is on Holmes Road. The the rectangles that you see on the plan are based on the sizes or potential sizes of the units that Mr. Ledoux has in his business. And those range anywhere from a minimum length of 20 feet, which you'll see if you look at that entrance flanking, excuse me, the east side of that development pod A, you'll see that we have the 20 units. There's 40 on the far east and then 39 on the westerly side of that access. And then we have 3 alignments for 39 spaces for units that could go in there, and they are sized based on the larger units that might be able to be accommodated on the site. There's a couple things I wanted to kind of point out about this, and Art is here to answer any questions about his business and his operation and that type of thing. But a couple of important things to keep in mind are the fact that this plan is something that is not going to be something that would be immediate. This is an allowance for growth and gradual use of the site as things move forward. The number of spaces that are allocated on that actually, right now, there aren't that number of trailers, units that would be available, storage units that would be available for this site. So this is an opportunity for him to grow. It's an opportunity for him to move forward with expanding his business at some point in the future. But this does have the ability to give him some flexibility to use this site consistent with the uses in the light industrial district. Mr. Ledoux has a business right now that is, his offices are located on Pleasant Hill Road. He has this operation on some leased land off of Rigby Road right now. So he's functioning and operating in the community, but this will allow him to better distribute his trailers, to better position himself to be more convenient to his customers and that type of thing. So that's in a nutshell, I believe. I hope I hit everything. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to mention. And that's with regard to under the master plan of the plan development process, the planning board has the ability to grant approval for some flexible standards for the site. And once it's gone through its process. And if you remember or had noted in our master plan narrative, there were 2 things that we asked for your consideration. One was a flexibility in the lot coverage. Currently, the light industrial district has an 85% lot coverage. We've asked that the board consider that to 95%, particularly given the fact that right now, the open and impervious gravel surface on the property far exceeds that if you look at the development area itself. So that it would simply allow the applicant to use the open areas of the site as they currently are. The second is the maximum percentage building coverage. And we're looking to get the board's consideration from 50% to 75%. And that's something that may come at some point in the future as development pods move forward. But right now, as I noted, the applicant's not proposing any structures whatsoever. This is simply an area for him to store his trailers as part of his business. And so with a lot of talking and not a lot of breathing, that is, I'll open it up to planning board questions if you have any. And like I said, Mr. Ledoux's here if you have any questions of the sketch plan.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. If you are in the audience and are going to make a comment, please go up to the podium, give us your name and address. If you are online, use the raise your hand function, and Angela will signal when she sees you and allow you to speak. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. If you have sent us any sort of documentation prior to this meeting, any sort of comment, we do assure you that we read them, but we would appreciate that you not repeat exactly what's in there, but instead expand a bit on what you've already told us. So are there any comments from the room? Just go on up. And one of my assistants here will get out his phone and time it for 3 minutes. Your name and address,
Good
please.
evening, Jeremy Grundon, 117 Holmes Road, Scarborough. I've grown up in town, lived there my entire life. I live 3 houses down from where I grew up on the corner of Holmes and Cloverleaf. Seen a lot of development in town. Personally feel like what Beechridge was is a completely different ball game from what it is going to be going forward. Beechridge was a seasonal business. I've seen a lot of traffic going by the house, but it was mostly Saturday nights, and it expanded to Thursday nights and once in a while Friday. But for the most part of the year, Beechridge was closed. So it wasn't a constant impact on the neighborhood. I can respect the gentleman's idea as far as land use because it's already flat, it's already there, but I don't think it's really the right spot for the edge of the neighborhood. Holmes Road is already highly traveled as it is. I don't think the structure of the road is going to withstand a lot of heavy trucking. It's posted in the wintertime. I just don't personally think that's the right spot for that type of business. It's hard for me to envision driving by every night and seeing, 40 trailers or 60 trailers or 80 trailers. I think, it's just not the right location business wise. And I hate to try to step on somebody's toes in business, but I just can't, I could not come tonight and say how I feel about what might happen on Holmes Road, because once it goes in there and then they want to expand some more, then expand some more, where do we draw the line saying this just is not the right spot? It looks to me like it's too heavily industrial, more like the industrial park, tractor trailer trailers everywhere. So I don't feel that, that part of Holmes Road right in the RF zone is the right spot for that type of business. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room?
Denise Hamilton, 167 Two Rod Road in Scarborough. I'm disappointed that Scarborough is even hearing and considering a shipping container trailer rental company for this area of town, a company that is initially proposing a plan of 196 containers with 2 other sites, should they decide to expand, could be upwards of a total of 774 containers. I estimate those numbers based on the acreage. By allowing this type of business on one side of the road and warehouses on the other, you're creating a mini commercial street. However, the major difference is that commercial street in Portland does not sit within feet of dozens of single-family homes, homes where families have worked hard to maintain and increase their value, something we will all lose by allowing these types of businesses in this area. I'm sure back in 2012, 2013, just before we took ownership of my husband's family home, after the passing of his father, when a zoning change was made, no one thought that the previous owner of these properties would go against the founder's request that these properties would remain a racetrack. And for those who aren't aware of what zoning was in this area, the parking lot being discussed tonight, the racetrack and East Payne Road, along with the first 3 houses on the east side of Two Rod Road, were in the B2 zone, with at least 3 houses having an RF overlay. And from our home, which is the 4th house, to the turnpike was RF. This area of Scarborough within a 1-mile stretch has 3 to 4 small operational 100% commercial businesses and dozens of single-family homes. From the west of Lot 2 up Holmes Road, east of Lot 2A next to Lot 2 to the turnpike, as well as the west side of Two Rod Road and Kennebago Drive up to the turnpike is RF. Over the turnpike overpass on Two Rod Road to Payne is residential, and from the racetrack on the Holmes Road to the overpass is light industrial. And from the overpass of Holmes Road to Payne is business. By no means would shipping containers and warehouses fit into this area of town, regardless of what letters are on the zoning map. My understanding is trucks would only be allowed on Holmes Road to get to the turnpike that gets posted for a period of time. So how would they get to the turnpike during posted times? With the added traffic, cars will then start coming downtown to Rod Road. We already have added traffic and excessive speed. It's already dangerous for us to take walks, whether alone, with dogs, or with children. The town of Scarborough would be letting us down as taxpayers by not having what's in the best interest and safety for those of us that live in this area. If Able Projects is allowed to do what they're proposing, and she had mentioned earlier that this is moving their trailers that are on Pleasant Hill Road over to Holmes Road. And as I mentioned in a previous meeting, I feel by allowing businesses such as this goes against the good neighbor ordinance, as we will no longer be enjoying our property with peace and quiet with the added noise and traffic, nor will it maintain our property values. I nor my family and neighbors, I'm just about done. I nor my family and neighbors want to be looking at storage containers and warehouses on a daily basis from our yards or when we leave our home, nor do I want to feel like I live within a mini commercial street. I ask the town of Scarborough to support the taxpayers in this neighborhood by not creating an industrial park area and destroying what we've worked hard to create and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warren Hamilton, 167 Two Rod Road. Looking at these plans shows an entrance coming out onto the Holmes Road for trailer trucks. If any of you sat at the intersection of the Holmes Road and Two Rod Road in the morning between 7 and 9, or in the afternoon between 3 and 5 or 6, you can't move. You have to go right to turn left. You have to take a right-hand turn, get down the parking lot and turn. There's so much traffic there in the evening and in the morning. And I don't want to hear about what the DOT is doing down on the Payne Road, because that doesn't affect this project one bit. It's going to make it worse, if anything. There's too much traffic on that road now. And if you build a Costco down there, everybody from Buxton, Hollis, Waterboro, North Saco, they're going to come out the Holmes Road to go to Costco. There's more traffic. When it gets me more traffic, they're going to start coming down the Two Rod Road. The Two Rod Road is one of the narrowest roads in the town of Scarborough. It's only 33 feet wide compared to most roads that are 50 or more. When two trucks meet on that road, and they do often, there's no room. There's no room for runners. There's no room for walkers. There's no room for anybody. You know, the cross-country team uses that road to train on. We have people with dogs. We have children waiting at the bus stop at the corner of Kennebago. Eventually, somebody's going to get hurt. It's going to be bad. And you let this happen, it's going to be on your shoulders.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Angela, do we have anyone online? All right, thank you. Public comment period is closed. I'm going to turn this over to the members of the board, but I do, Mr. Ledoux, would you like to just come up and give us about 4 minutes in terms of responding to a couple of the issues that have been raised here? And you might want to include information around what your business hours are.
Yeah, fair enough. For Art Ledoux, 5 Cannon Lane in Scarborough. I guess I'll give the background of the business first. I don't plan on moving my business from where it is at Rigby Road right now. This is to allow me to expand my business and utilize it as a satellite lot. 80% of my business is off-site. So I ship storage containers and tractor trailers to commercial businesses and residential homes for storage. I lease some over the road, and just in terms of traffic or some of the other things that were listed as concerns, we go back to the hours, 8 o'clock in the morning, typically until 4 o'clock in the afternoon or 4:30 when the last delivery comes back. The I have one or two drivers. We're a relatively small business in a very large industry. And the traffic that my business will create, my sense is it's not going to add terrifically to what's already out there now. And again, as excuse me, as Nancy mentioned, this is a project. There's a reason that I've got project on the other end of that thing. It's to, at least on that lot, is to expand my business. And it's going to be done slowly and deliberately. And I plan to do it the right way. At the same time, I'm watching what's going on around my project, whether it's for lot A, B, or C. And my plans could change in the future. So that there's no guarantees that we're going to end up with what we have put in front of you, at least in this stage of the planning process. So traffic, other concerns about residential. Again, there's not a lot of activity. I may have a driver coming in and out of there 4 or 5 times a day on that particular site, if that. When we start loading containers in or trailers for satellite purposes, meaning we need we need extra storage away from where I am at Rigby Road, then we'll in fact be a little busier going in and out. But there is not a ton of activity, or there won't be a ton of activity there.
Thank you.
Okay.
And a reminder that this is the sketch plan. And at the point at which we receive a site plan review, there will be a lot more information available that we will ask for. Among other things, security, lighting, more information about traffic as we go along. So for the board, Rick Meinking, you look pensive.
Did you say?
You look pensive. It's a good word.
Pensive. It's the word of the day. It's not a
Thoughtful.
5-letter word. Will it be wordy tomorrow?
It's going to be a quiz.
One question I have in the narrative, you mentioned the trailer size as being 20 to 53 feet long. And at least in this plan, you're showing space that would only permit up to 40 feet. Now, this again is just a master plan, so we won't get too deep into the site, but just wanted to note that I see that as something to be addressed in the next phase. As well as you mentioned lighting, and we definitely would like to see the lighting plan in the next phase. Certainly would advocate for the dark sky certified fixtures. I heard you mention that utilizing the current lighting, but that's not up to current ordinance, so those would have to be looked at again. So just make note of that. And I'm not sure I totally understand the request for lot coverages, but that can be done also in the site plan. But I'll leave that to my other colleagues that are more on that side of things. And any power needs to stay underground. It can go from the overhead, but into the site, it needs to go underground. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
I would ask you to weigh in on the 2 requests that Ms. St. Clair gave us around buffering.
Oh, yes. Buffering. One of the ways we can mitigate what things go on inside there are certainly through good buffering. So I'd like to see an artist rendition of trailers being in that spot and then the buffering, what it would look like from the street. I do hear concerns from neighboring butters about seeing trailers and those kind of things. And I think if you were to do a superb landscape job, we could mitigate some of those concerns.
And the 100-foot buffering to the rear and the street size buffering to the west. Ms. St. Clair raised the issue of the 100-foot buffering to the rural farm zone and asked for our guidance on whether that could be used for stormwater or something else, or must it be totally and completely buffered?
I'd actually like to see it buffered.
Thank you. Jen.
On that note, I have a question about that too. So the staff memo, I thought was pretty clear about identifying the need for 100-foot buffer from both of those lines. So the RF line to the back and to the center of Fish and Game Road, right?
Yes, but in consultation with council, we've actually, that is the town's attorney, since the language in the ordinance actually says abuts, there's a little bit more flexibility for the Fish and Game lane side, since it doesn't directly abut the RF zone, since that's in the middle of the roadway, as Nancy had described. So that is certainly up to the board if they want to see that buffering, but certainly on the northern side of the site, that would be considered abutting.
Okay, so the difference would be like if this parcel didn't abut a roadway, public or private, then the 100-foot offset would be required because it's abutting another parcel.
I guess it's just wherever the zoning district is. I don't know exactly if the zoning districts all are in the middle of roadways.
Yeah, okay, I looked,
but-
and I know sometimes like the mapping isn't.
Yep.
I'm not sure how much, how exact the lines are that show on the mapping. The mapping shows it in the middle of the roadway
Mhm.
also. Yeah, so I was just a little bit curious about that in terms of like which order. So staff memo said 100 feet and then the request is for less than that, right? You're requesting.
So our interpretation of the requirement on the 100-foot buffer is that it is on properties that abut the RF district, which on the north side we do. But on the west side, we abut Fish and Game Lane, which is also in the light industrial district. So we do not abut on that west side. We had provided the 10-foot streetscape buffer in accordance with the light industrial district standards for that classification of a road.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I guess in that case, that seems like a finer determination to me in terms of like defining, I guess, what abutting is or exactly where the zone line is, I would say. So I understand it from both sides. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to revisit that with, or if we have other staff that would, or the staff that would help define more specifically where that line is, I guess. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but that's the question.
I think
I
it's,
don't feel like I'm in a position to make that determination.
I think it's within, it is actually within our purview
It is,
to decide that given the attorney's interpretation that the western buffer could be a typical streetscape buffer. The question becomes, and that Ms. St. Clair has raised, in terms of the 100-foot buffer to the north, that is the rural farm zone, is it all right for other things to be there other than straight buffering? In other words, could that be a stormwater mitigation area? In that case, it's not proposed anything's being built there,
Right.
but that it would have a use that really might be needed and for the rest of the lot. That's that I think, is that about correct?
Yes.
Do I have that? Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I think that would be an appropriate use given what's behind there. I'm not sure that in all cases I would feel that way, but I think that treating stormwater in that area, does the site slope to the back? It must, if you're looking at there, yeah. That does make sense to me to use it as, 100 feet is a lot of space. So my guess is that you can achieve stormwater, you could put some sort of even robust buffering there in terms of traditional buffering, landscaping, screening, things like that. And probably also accomplish some of the stormwater needs that you have. In terms of the request on building coverage, I also have a question here in terms of what are you defining, what's a building? Do these trailers
They do not,
count as a building?
they do not.
Okay, because they're mobile or
Correct.
movable.
Correct. So it would not, as I mentioned, I think I mentioned, for the applicant's sketch plan or conceptual layout for Pod A, there's no buildings proposed. So it would really be an opportunity to look at what might be some future opportunities on either of the other pods with, if there was a building that came forward on that. The uses on those pods may not involve structures either. We just don't know at this point, but we did want to raise that. And with regard to lot coverage, both of them are defined in the ordinance, so we would just be going on the ordinance definitions. But basically, the lot coverage would be impervious cover, not vegetated, if you will. And so since there's such an extensive amount of open gravel that's there now, we'd like to be able to have the opportunity to use that without having to go back and look to see whether we need to do anything to reduce that back down to that 85%. We will obviously be doing the streetscape buffering along Holmes Road. I know that some of the neighbors have commented and raised concerns about the view from Holmes Road, but that is part of the plan. It was shown on our master plan, and it is part of the ordinance requirements that there is a required streetscape buffer that will have to be provided as each lot comes forward for development. So we do understand that. We want to make sure that it's buffered. And right now it isn't. There's just,
Right.
is wide open. So we do understand that there will be some plantings and improvements that have to be made along that frontage and along the frontage on Fish and Game Lane, as we've shown on the plan.
Sure. I guess I understand the point that you're making in terms of sort of like existing conditions equal a high or higher percentage than what's requested for impervious coverage. I'm curious whether the 100-foot offset in the back. So if you are adhering, if you're holding pavement and storage trailers outside of that 100-foot buffer, do you meet that 85% at that point? Or what the impact of meeting 85% would have on the plan for this lot?
So the whole issue about that 100-foot, we had interpreted that as a 100-foot building setback. So we did have, as you see on the sketch plan, we did have improvements that would be in that area. So we had not envisioned that area would have to be part of the vegetated surface, that it would just remain as it currently is, which is open gravel level parking lot. So to provide a 100-foot buffer along the back property line, that area right now is predominantly an open, flat gravel parking area. So, and beyond it, on the neighboring property, you go into an expansive wooded area. So we had not anticipated that we would have to go and sort of create this 100-foot buffer to buffer a wooded area where the physical improvements on the site are way down on that. So in looking at it, this issue about a 100-foot buffer as opposed to a 100-foot setback came up late last week. So we haven't mathematically calculated what that might be. We likewise, we haven't mathematically calculated what the common line between Pod A and Pod B might be now, because everything would get pushed and sort of morphed, if you will.
Sure. So yeah, I guess on future looks at this, I would be curious on seeing a comparison like that. So if you're asking for, to exceed that max impervious percentage, what does that what impact does that have to your development program, and what might that look like differently on the site? And that, you could present that either in a graphic like this or numerically or something like that. But it's a little bit harder for me to understand what that difference means to you, I guess, in order to have an opinion on it.
Just one, Jen, Eric, you look as though you've got something to say. So.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to add, in terms of the flexible development standards for these planned developments, the ordinance talks about for planned developments that propose green buildings. So I guess that would be applicable if either of those two other areas were proposing green buildings. But if they were not, I think it would still need to go conform with the ordinance requirements in section E, which talk about the lot coverage in the building areas. But I mean, I know that's certainly something that we can discuss, and the board can consider it at that point in time.
I guess at this point in the process, what we really wanted to understand was the board's openness to consider it as a specific site plan would come forward for that. And I believe that the green building is part of the building lot coverage, but not necessarily lot coverage, but I may be wrong on that.
Thank you, Jen.
The only other question I have is sort of more generally for staff, but I know that it's come up in prior topics that we've had elsewhere on Holmes Road about the road being posted seasonally and the potential uptick in more and heavier vehicles. And so I'm just curious if, again, not needing an answer now, but maybe down the road, no pun intended, if we could have a little more information on that. Just what is that the case? Is anyone, the town or any of the developers looking, do we know what the road makeup is? And is anyone is that sufficient for what we're talking about here? Or is there a thought that it would be, that any of these projects would be impacted or limited, I guess, by the buildup of the road? Does that make sense? And I'm talking specifically about Holmes Road, I guess, because it's the posting piece that I'm curious about.
Right. I do know Holmes Road does get posted. I do not know if it's considered a built road or what that gravel makeup is. And so what the capacity of that roadway might be for future truck volumes. But that's something I can get back to the board on that.
I just think it would be helpful in this
Yeah.
case and a few others, that sounds like.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger?
Thank you. First, I do want to empathize with the homeowners along there, and especially Holmes Road, because I do recall a couple of years ago, there was a development that went in a little further down the road, housing development, and we spent quite a bit of time looking at the road at that point and the curves on the road and everything. And so I do know it's almost like a main artery going to communities west of Scarborough. And I'm not sure on a transportation committee if we've ever had any discussions about that intersection with Holmes and Beach Ridge.
Holmes and
But that's
Beach are at
beside the point. That's-
Two Rod.
Yeah. Now I was thinking about further up where Holmes intersects with Beach Ridge.
It has come up.
Has it?
Because
Okay.
it is a high crash location, and DOT has put actually money into that to try to beef up the safety measures in that area. So that is something that we would be looking at probably for future, maybe traffic impact fees when we have those discussions. That would definitely be one of the intersections.
Let me ask Eric, I want to make sure I understand this on this 100-foot setback. Is this a discussion point, or is our counsel, our attorney saying it has to be there?
So it's a standard for the light industrial zoning district, so it is required.
So it's got to be there.
Yes, and I think kind of what the planning board is being asked to discuss is the willingness to have stormwater facilities in that area, as Rachel had mentioned. But it is a requirement of the town's ordinance, yes.
And what you're asking for, Nancy, is a waiver to use that space for trailers?
We had envisioned that it was going to be a setback. I'm not sure we can get a waiver to use it for the trailers. If we could, we certainly would want to explore that. But our primary question tonight was whether the use of that area for stormwater facilities, treatment, attenuation, that type of thing would be acceptable in that buffer area, because it's not physical development improvements, if you will. It's more environmental improvements, if you will.
And yeah, I think that's something we can certainly ask our attorney, just to kind of make sure that we're really certain on it. And I think just kind of basically explaining, so a building setback, a lot of these trailers don't really qualify as buildings. So they could be within that setback, which is kind of what was initially proposed. But in looking at the ordinance, it's actually a vegetative buffer to remain undeveloped, which is kind of what we're getting at with this.
Okay, so
Requirement.
is the Mr. Ledoux, is he going to be required to put some vegetation in there then?
So I've spoken with them, and the board could either kind of require that early on, or another option might be for the board to consider when the site plan comes through, if there's, once that's developed, kind of showing that area landscaped and vegetated. And then additionally requiring, if the fish and game property is ever sold and might become a residential use, providing additional buffering at that point, as having that as a potential condition. So there's a couple ways that the board could approach it.
Okay.
Yep.
The other question I had is actually directed to Mr. Ledoux, if you don't mind going up there. I'm familiar with the trailers that are parked over by Pleasant Hill,
Yep.
down by Landry French now, behind where Motivation used to be.
Yeah, right next to Castle Kitchen.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, across the street.
Okay.
When you come down.
I've got
Pleasant Hill
3
Road.
containers sitting there. Is that what you're referring to?
Pardon me?
Is that what you're referring to, is the 3 containers that are sitting?
Well, there used to be a number of tractor trailers in parking back. Sam Kelly used to have them in the back.
Oh, off Rigby Road.
Is
Yes.
that Rigby?
I-
Is that Rigby Road?
Rigby is off of Pleasant Hill.
Okay, I thought you were.
And I'm down at the end near the rail yard where the propane tanks come in. Roger Hale and Gordon Hertzbees have 85 acres back there. And I've got about 8 or 9 acres with those guys right now. I've been there for 8 or 9 years.
Are we talking about the same place? I'm talking about, you come down Pleasant Hill Road by Hannaford. Right, and right to the right, as you're coming down the hill on the right, are trailers.
Okay, my building's on the left, coming down the hill from Hannaford.
Okay. And you have trailers parked down there somewhere?
No, I don't. Hannaford Corporate, where I spent 20 years of my life in that building. They keep in the back, they may have at any one time 8 or 10 trailers in the back of that parking lot. But I don't have any, if I have one, it's only because I will be delivering it the next morning. It's on the left side of the road in my parking lot.
Okay, the reason I was asking this, Rachel, is the buffering. Okay. For instance, when you put in buffering, is it going to be high enough so the residents or people passing by the road, Holmes Road, will not see the trailers?
I think what Nancy and David and I have talked about is, in fact, I think we talked a little bit about this when you and I and Jay got together, Eric, in our meeting. Something probably 3 feet high, I guess, with some vegetation or as it says in the guideline.
What I was thinking.
Roger, they would have to meet the ordinance, and I
Yeah.
can't remember the quotation right now, but they would have to meet the ordinance. And that could include some trees, it could include it could include perennials, it could include a berm. In other words, they have a lot of options that would come to us at site plan.
One suggestion is on Pleasant Hill Road, where commercial paving used to be.
Yeah,
Are
Yeah.
you familiar with that? How they have a berm there and they have pine trees?
on the left side, right? Going towards Route 1.
It's on the opposite side of Hannaford, okay, as you're going down. It's actually almost across from where your current office is, I think.
Oh,
What I'm saying basically is they have a berm,
Okay.
and then they have pine trees.
Oh, on the
placed
berm.
Top of the berm,
Yeah.
and behind the pine trees were all these piles of recycled material.
Okay.
Basically, you couldn't see it. from the
Okay.
street. That's a good buffer for something like this. And I'm just suggesting you might want to consider it.
I mean,
Something like that.
I'd be willing to bring in a buffer that was 8 or 10 feet high, as long as I didn't have to plant trees on top of it.
And
Well,
I mean,
I think the board can discuss specifics come the site
Yeah.
plan stage. I
Okay.
think the important point is that the buffer strip is gonna be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right, all
yeah,
right.
yeah, all 1,249 feet of it.
And I guess just one last thing. These trailers, they can place these trailers on this property because of the zoning, the ordinance.
Yes, that's a
Right.
permitted use in the light industrial district, yes.
Number 16.
Hmm.
If I could just address the setbacks a little bit, the stormwater question that you talked about, or that we're talking about having in that back buffer. We talked with Eric today, it's clear that, that's area we can't use. The real, I guess, I didn't hear the answer to the other question though, along Fish and Game Lane, which is, are you guys gonna look at whether or not we can use what would be a street side buffer, I think, of 10 feet
Yeah.
where we're not abutted against RF?
Mr. Ludo, that's what I'm attempting to get from folks, at least to get a clear answer for me, so I know where
Okay.
we're going.
All right.
But that is up there. It's actually simpler than probably the back buffer. And that is, where does the property line start? Basically, and from the center lane of the Fish and Game lane, from the center point, is that what the attorney has suggested, Eric?
Yes, that it's essentially would be up to the board to determine whether it considers that abutting. So, I mean, it's the board's decision.
All right, so if we go from the center of the Fish and Game lane, is that abutting or is it not? And it doesn't, I'll have probably more to say later, but I simply say that to me, it looks as though it is not abutting, and therefore it would be the simple streetscape buffer. But it's up to this board to say that, so I'm trying to get the question a little clearer and move some of the other issues a bit to the side. That's the first question. The second question that we have is in terms of the 100-foot buffer to the rear, which according to the attorney, basically is there. It's 100 feet, but we have the option of saying that 100 feet may be used for stormwater measures. It remains, it's a buffer, nothing's going to be built there, but it doesn't have to be wasted either. I mean, that would be my way of putting it. So that's what is before us on this part in terms of the waivers. I'm totally mystified along with everybody else about the percentage of the lot clearance. So I'm just going to move on and ask Richard Perry to talk.
All right, I might have some answers for you since no one else stepped up. I have lots of questions. We could start with a buffer if you want, but I was going to close with that, so I'll save that. In your narrative, you say that you're not gonna, you're not going to stack trailers, but it was pretty vague how it was stated. So let me ask this, how do you load those trailers? Are they on a low boy with rollers? Are you gonna have a crane there? What's the deal?
No, I have a 45, 48 foot low bed chain driven trailer that I utilize for my 40 footers, pulled by a tractor trailer and a tractor trailer truck. And then I've got a AAA style ramp truck that I deliver my 20s with.
Okay, so answer me this, because I'm not a cargo container expert. How do you stack cargo containers without a crane? So you're saying you're not going to have a crane, so you will not ever stack
Well,
trailers?
Yeah, that's what we're saying, but is there an ordinance against stacking, I guess? That's the rest of the question.
Well, the narrative implies that you won't. So we read the narrative and then make our decisions based on what you're implying or telling us will be there or will not be there. So I'm definitely not in favor of stacking containers there. I'm not sure if, do you know the height requirements, Eric, in a light
You know what,
industrial?
if I can make it simple, I don't
Yeah.
stack them now.
You don't stack
I
them
don't
now.
stack them in my yard over on. Ridge
Okay.
Road.
So would you have any issues?
And Rick, let me point out, we're at sketch plan and master plan.
I understand. It's a good point, though, but I will say, all right, I'll make it quick then, okay? I'll go through everything but quick.
Okay.
I'm not in favor of stacking stuff,
Got it.
okay? As far as the 85% versus the 95%, I'm not gonna commit either way, but I would say that I'm leaning towards not. We must have 85% coverage in the ordinance for some reason. So I would be looking, most likely, whenever possible, we like you to follow the rules, basically. So if there's a waiver asked, we do grant waivers, but what's the reason for the waiver? If the reason in this case is just so you can put in more cargo containers, not saying, it's just not a great reason for me. But that's,
And I guess I would, when the discussion was being had about that before I get up here, my question was, well, what's the rationale for not having 95 on an open, basically field parking lot?
yeah.
So maybe we can have that discussion
Yeah,
during
maybe
the final
that's-
phase.
Maybe that's something we have to do with staff and look at the ordinance.
It's,
Yeah.
I need room to move. I mean, sometimes it's just to get around, that's all. Sometimes it may or may not mean more containers on the site.
Okay, as long as we're talking, we're obviously talking site plan, so this one definitely falls into.
Yeah.
Site plan is, on the end of your narrative, there says, something to the effect that, the board has flexibility based on green building technology and stuff like that. And then it says, the maximum limit is 50%. And your site plan proposes a green building and wants to expand that coverage to 75%. Am I reading that right?
Yes, you want.
I mean, I don't even see a building on here right now. So,
That's correct. And you're absolutely correct. So what we were trying to do in that discussion is, as part of the plan development and master plan review process, the board has the latitude to make adjustments to, they have flexibility in that lot coverage and building coverage. And so what we cited in the ordinance were the current requirements. And as we discussed on lot coverage, the site right now is predominantly what would be considered impervious because it's a parking lot, it's gravel parking lot. So to artificially have to go back to what may have been a 95% lot coverage existing and then artificially create it back to 85, we were asking for the latitude not to have to do that. With regard to building coverage, we are not proposing any buildings as part of this plan, but as development goes forward on either pod B or C, there may be a building. And so what we wanted to do, and I know it's required in the ordinance, that the only way that the board has latitude to grant that flexibility is if you're dealing with green building construction and that type of thing. So as we move forward with any sort of site plan development on any other of those pods, we wanted to be able to gauge the board's willingness to have flexibility on going from 50 to 75%. We have no plan. We have no end user that requires that. It's just we wanted to gauge the latitude of what might be an option for us as we move forward.
okay. I'd be inclined to waive the rules if there was a good reason to waive the rules, but if there's not a good reason to waive the rules, I won't waive the rules. Because why do we have rules? We're just gonna waive them. So if there's a good reason to waive the rule, then we can look at waiving. The rest of these points I have aren't necessarily, they're out of the narrative, but they may not be for this stage, but I'll just give you some things to think about. In here, it says that you're gonna lease, potentially, you rent these trailers too, so people are gonna put stuff in them and you're gonna return them to the site and you're gonna store them there. So I'd like to know, if you have DEP permits to store hazardous waste or whatever, or if it's just always gonna be, what's gonna be stored there.
My average customer is a residential customer. I've
Okay.
got some commercial, but
Mostly residential.
household goods,
Okay,
yeah.
And
No
then-
no hazardous materials, no
okay, and then
chemicals.
that kind of leads itself into site access, right? So we're not gonna have the public driving in and out of there, because I think the main concerns that I heard from the public are traffic, mostly traffic. But it's, if you're open 8:30 to 4, and then are you gonna have a chain link fence around this thing with locks or anything, or is this just wide open all the time? What's your normal site?
I plan to have some sort of an accessible gate, yeah.
Okay, so it'd be a gate around it,
Yeah,
locked.
well, yeah, or something to bar somebody driving through, yeah.
Okay.
And if I could, right now, I have about, I'd say 15 to 20% of my customers are renting on site from me over where I am off Rigby Road. And the average customer, whether it's household goods or, there's a number of things, but typically light fare, they're in and out of there if at all, once a month, a lot of these people. So a lot of it's long-term storage. There's not going to be a ton of traffic in and out of there. There is not now at my current lot.
Okay. There's no parking spaces for the general public, right? Or are there? I guess,
No, they pull up in front of their containers usually. Usually they're bringing something, they're dropping it, and they're picking something up.
all right. All right, I guess close with the buffering. Again, if we're gonna waive the buffering, there's gotta be a reason to waive the buffering for me. So I'm not inclined to waive the buffering, Madam Chair.
On the side of the lane,
What's that?
the Fish and Game lane, is that what you're talking about?
I thought we were talking about the waiving the buffering so they could put the stormwater where the buffering is.
We're talking about two sets of buffering. We're talking about the side with Fish and Game Lane. If we determine that the buffering, what is it? The line starts in the middle of Fish and Game Lane between rural farm zone and light industrial, then it is not in a butter. This development is not in a butter. And therefore, the street buffering of the 10 feet, I believe, is what works. The northern buffering, we do not really have the ability to waive. In total, we do have the ability to put something else there, such as stormwater.
Okay, so there's, I don't know who owns the wooded lot behind there. It's zoned RF, and I think you said there's woods behind there now, but could someone could potentially.
Fish and
develop-
Game, Fish and Game.
Fish and Game owns it behind it as well?
They do now.
Northern side, yeah. And- Yeah,
You did?
Andy Kusat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And they have a 200
It's not
foot
on
buffer
that.
from that line.
All right.
Okay, all right. Well, we can talk about buffering, but again, if you're gonna ask for waivers, let's try to come with the best reasons for having the waivers, okay?
If I could just
And-
clarify something on the request about using the buffer area for stormwater facilities. We are talking about only the 100-foot buffer on the north end. We're not talking about the streetscape buffer along either Holmes Road or along Fish and Game Lane. That would be planted in accordance with the ordinance requirements and provide the visual screening that's necessary.
I think that if you were willing to buffer the front and the side, and so that the folks that live in the vicinity don't have to see that area any more than they need to, that would be good. So if you could come with a robust buffering plan for where people in the neighborhood is gonna be able to see it so that they won't be able to see it. That would help. That would help. All right, I guess that's it. I do want to thank everybody for coming out, and I know there's strong feelings about this place, or about this piece of land. I will say this, that something's gonna go there. No one's gonna leave that big piece of land empty. And if you look at the uses in our code book for light industrial, there may be something that might be better, but there's a lot of stuff that could be worse. Light industrial allows facilities that make noise till 11 o'clock at night, with machines running. Light industrial allows, and then it could be contract zones, and they could put 100 houses in there, who knows? So the traffic is going to obviously increase from a vacant lot to having something there. And I'm just telling you, I had a vacant lot beside my house. So, and I always worried about what was going to go there. So this may not be the best possible thing that could go there. I don't know what the best possible thing would be. Probably just leave it a vacant lot, but that's most likely not going to happen. So our job up here is to make sure that they follow the rules. But I will tell you that if it's allowed by the zoning ordinances and they follow all the applicable codes, and we deny them a building permit, then they can litigate it, and then they build it anyway, and then the town has to pay for the litigation. So if we say no and it's something that meets all the rules, that staff could tell you what happens then. But we have a lawyer who's pretty engaged with us most of the time, and he gives us some advice. So if it meets the zoning ordinance and all the applicable codes, best we can do is make sure they do the best they can do to fit it in. That's all I have, actually.
Thank you, Rick. Karen?
Sure. So I don't think 100-foot buffering between the fish and game between the road there is necessary at all. I totally think that, the attorney's interpretation of where the line is and having a 10-foot setback is totally reasonable. I always like to point out that there's no one here from Fish and Game here tonight expressing any concerns about the development going on next to them, any concerns about buffering, things like that. Seems totally reasonable to take where you have a completely empty lot and say, hey, can we use the buffering and use it for the stormwater? I think that seems very reasonable for the land. I don't know if we're talking about lot coverage, but it does seem unreasonable to say you have to fill in all this dirt. It's one thing, lot coverage, I'm learning between building coverage and lot coverage is very different, which I appreciate. Totally fine, I think, with the things that they have proposed again. And one of the questions that I had that came up that is maybe not related is there a minimum road requirement in a light industrial zone? Because generally you're in the middle of a residential zone here, but then you have a light residential, and then you have light industrial, and you don't have to answer me, but it's just kind of a question that popped up in my mind because Holmes Road is awful, and you're right, and it does get posted. And can they even carry their product to this site? It's just something that I came up, but otherwise I'm fine with the things that they proposed.
Thank you. Chad?
I concur as far as the street side buffer certainly works. And then as well, the allowing stormwater within the 100-foot setback. I also agree with that. And I do share concerns with security on site, being if there is a public interface and potential nighttime activities and so forth.
If there's a public, you said public what?
Safety
Oh,
and security.
Okay.
Just the idea of rows and rows of containers and potential for mischief. Certainly want to make sure that. it is-
Chad, I'm not sure if your mic is on. I'm having difficulty hearing you.
It is on. Just the potential for any security issues on that site and visibility from the road, and certainly I would think a gate would be warranted to keep folks out.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay. Let me see if I can figure this out. We have two things before us. We have a master plan, we have a sketch plan. So let me deal first with the master plan, and my comments will address that. What is before us is a proposal on Holmes Road for a 3-pod or 3-lot or whatever development with the they have noted where there would be interconnections as required. I would note that one of the interconnections is in the buffer and would have to be moved, in my opinion. They have provided information on the electrical, on potable water, on septic. They have responded to questions about vernal pools. We have already looked at the site inventory and analysis. They are proposing limiting the access to Holmes Road down from, I don't know, about 1,400 feet to 3 very clearly designed driveways. They are proposing a plan for buffering that meets the ordinances along the street side. That would be coming before us at the time of the site plan review. They are proposing or have asked us to determine where whether the lot indeed abuts rural farm zone. And given what the attorney has said, I think my personal opinion is the only answer is it does not, and therefore the buffering would be the normal, on the western part would be the normal street buffering. They've had a question on the 100-foot buffer to the north, which abuts the Fish and Game Preserve, and have indicated a request that we allow them to do some modification of that buffer in terms of using it effectively for stormwater, given the sensitivity of the land and back of it, leading towards the Nonsuch River. I would suggest that that's a very appropriate use of that, moving, as I said, moving the access forward. I'm clear on that. I am not clear, again, on the percentage of coverage. I understand Nancy's concern in terms of our percentage of coverage, in terms of the fact that it's not covered right now. I mean, it's simply flat gravel, compacted pavement. There is nothing in the ordinances that I've found that would require them to recover land that is already impermeable. So to say, no, they would have to go down to a smaller percentage of coverage, I think puts them in a difficult position of recovering land that has been in this format for 50 years. And basically, I would come down on the side of their request for the lower, for the leaving the amount of coverage is the status quo on the lot right now. Now, what they've also proposed is a sketch plan. So that's the master plan as I see it. What they have also proposed is a sketch plan for Pod A, I think, yes. That includes a series of storage units and containers and trucks, which are by definition not buildings. They are not permanent. There is no parking required. No, we do not need to make any determination of parking because it would simply be people coming in and visit. There is no office there. The proposal that they have before us in terms of some of the things that were in the master plan, in terms of the buffering, the landscaping, we've asked the question that they come back to us during the site plan review with information upon lighting, traffic use, and security. Those things that would be of interest, not just to the folks who own or work on these pods, but also to the neighborhood. In terms of Holmes Road, there's not much we can do about that. I will note that Two Rod Road is posted in terms of by the town that trucks over a certain size are not allowed to use that road. I do not know if there are any signs to that effect. I certainly would think that somebody should request that signs go up there so that it's very clear that there should not be trucks over a certain amount of tonnage going back and forth over that road. I would be horrified myself to travel down that road if I thought that I was going to meet a tractor trailer coming through. I see, because it's not allowed, I think it's incumbent upon the town to enforce that. So I would expect that somebody in this crowd would make that request of the town to get that signage up there and to enforce it, so that we're not worried about a tractor trailer meeting a bicyclist coming over the bridge at 95. So we have the sketch plan, we have the master plan, which in my opinion, I think I'm hearing that the master plan is ready to go. There are some concerns, but let me just ask the folks on the folks who can vote on the board to nod concurrence or objection to saying that, per the attorney, the light industrial zone, that the rural farm zone is not in a butter to this particular site, and therefore all that is needed is the normal street buffer. On the left side, okay.
I guess my question would be, if there are containers there, if there's no buffering there, can you see that from the road? And I actually haven't visited this. I go by the site every day, but I'm not sure that if there's no buffering there, you're going to be able to see those containers or not.
Okay, well, it would be the 10 feet. Is it 10 feet, Eric,
I
or
think it might be 30 now.
30?
Yeah, I can look
Double check. There is buffering required. It's not the 100 feet. And
I would be okay with less buffering in the back if the fishing game owns that, because the residents aren't going to see the containers obviously from the back. But on the two sides that the containers would be visible from the street, definitely the front, and potentially that fishing game side, I would think I'd want it buffered.
well, it has to be buffered, but the question is, what's the footage? And Eric is checking that right now.
Yep.
The 100-foot buffering in the back is, that's not in our ability to waive. We can only waive what goes on it. We can make a suggestion, and that.
Okay, I would say if we're talking screening and building in that area, I guess, are two different things to me. So I would like to see it heavily landscaped, but if we're talking about can they have their road in that area if it's heavily landscaped?
I'm not sure. Where are we talking about now? The 100-foot to the fish and game?
On the fishing game side, to me, a buffer zone is a zone that you can't build.
Okay,
correct?
we have two fishing game sites. We have the fishing game lane and the property in back to the north, which is also owned by Fish and Game.
Yeah, the property in the back to the north that none of these folks can see, I'm fine with that being not heavily landscaped. The side on the Fish and Game road, I believe you could probably see those containers from the road if you were coming down Holmes Road towards Payne Road. And I don't want to see those containers, and none of these folks want to see these containers. So to me, there's two things. There's a landscape and there's landscaping and there's buffering. A buffer to me is a zone that you can't build in. You can't put anything in that buffer zone. Landscaping is different. So I want this side heavily landscaped. If we're saying, is it going to adversely affect their, they own this whole lot, so they could shift their lot line over to the right and stay out of that buffer zone. So it's not like they're constricted or anyone's constricted because you can't shift over to the right. You have to get in that buffer zone. So no, I'm not inclined to, I want to see it very heavily
Okay.
landscaped so that we don't see anything there. And I'm not sure why we would waive a buffer zone for no reason. I'm not inclined to waive rules because it helps the person. I'm not saying I don't want to help people develop the lots in Scarborough. I'm just saying that the rules are there for a reason. I'm not waiving rules unless there's a really good reason to waive the rule. So I would vote for heavily landscaping that side and not infringing on the buffer.
Roger has pointed out to me that we're not waiving the rules, we're interpreting them, and we are interpreting that the property does not abut the rural farm zone, and therefore it does not need, to the west, it does not need 100-foot buffer. Right now, I would say that's 4-1.
I thought we were
and
talking
let-
about 10 feet versus 30 feet, not 100 feet.
Can I clarify? I have
Yeah.
the ordinance up, and just to clarify, so it's 30 feet where we're talking about from road frontage, the setback for the landscape buffer, the landscaping buffer you're talking about in the screening, I think, Rick, is 30 feet from Holmes Road is how it's stated. So the one, as it sounds like this board is heading towards, is looking at the Fish and Game Club access road with the gap. It goes back to the 10-foot that was discussed earlier. Sounds like Eric is agreeing. So I just wanted to point that out. And then also when we talk about the residential buffer, the 100 feet from the RF, which in this case, then it sounds like we're leaning towards is just on the north end. It does state that it's a vegetated buffer shall be established in that 100 feet. And so I understand what this board is leaning towards, allowing stormwater facilities, which is your discretion, that's fine. I just wanted for staff's purview to try to figure out, to make sure we're kind of steering, I guess, and helping the applicant through this process. I guess I'm looking at that then as redevelopment of a site, and we've done this with lots of other sites in town that has compacted gravel and they start redeveloping it. We're improving the environmental footprint of this lot by reducing, even if it's 100% compacted gravel, to 85. That's part of why the ordinance is written that way. So we're starting to kind of not develop or from property line to property line without any kind of green space around it. Or as you pointed out, we're in the none such watershed, and how it's heading that direction. So there's some improvements. So I think I'm hearing clear, the planning board is looking for allowing stormwater facilities, which is great. I just want to make sure I'm clear on, are we also asking them, as the ordinance says, to vegetate that buffer, which would be around that stormwater facility? Does that make sense?
It does to me. And I guess as I was thinking of stormwater measurements there, it could be a swale, it could be, or which would be vegetated.
Okay.
In other words, that would break up some of the impacted ground, put in some vegetation, and create some benefit with stormwater mitigation. I'm not talking about necessarily any structures. Any other digging? So my question is, Nancy, are you clear kind of at least what I'm looking at? And then I'm going to ask the board if they're clear that this is what they're looking at.
So a couple of options that I was thinking of for stormwater facilities that might happen in that area. were a grass under drain soil filter. You've all seen them. So it's, contouring the land. There would be under drains in the base of it. There'd be media in the base of it. The side slopes and the surface area would be vegetated with grass. There might be an outlet control structure, but nothing above ground. It's certainly just something below ground to control the flow leaving that area. Something that may be an option as well is a meadow buffer. Just simply setting that aside as a meadow that would provide treatment as well. But that's really going to be a function of how that meets the standards and criteria for stormwater treatment. But in my vision, the use of it for stormwater facilities would be more inclined along the lines of the most intrusive would probably be like a grass under drain soil filter.
All right, thank you. So I think from the prior conversations, folks are okay with the master plan, which determines the buffers, doesn't determine what is planted in them. That is the site plan. So it doesn't, so we have, Rick, we have another bite of the apple in terms of the robustness of the buffering.
So that will be at site plan?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm okay with the master plan, but I'm still, yeah, if we're definitely gonna do a site plan review after this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because it looked like this was combined, so.
Well, this is a sketch plan. This was combined with the sketch plan and a master plan, which is why I've separated it into first a discussion of the master plan and those details that are involved in the master plan, then into a sketch plan, which includes the schemata of proposed uses on the site and the schemata of the container storage and truck storage.
Yeah.
And then again, the details that would come with the site plan would would be the buffering, actually what composes the buffering
Landscape.
and the landscaping.
Okay.
All of that detail, and it would include, could include the circulation, any traffic circulation on site.
Okay.
Lighting, security, information on, at least written down for us on what the traffic might look like, the business hours, the usual details for the site plan. The sketch plan, in my opinion, we have it. We're still, there are a couple of places where it's still not clear. And that is, I think, on the percentage of coverage. And it might be possible that 100-foot buffer actually handles the percentage drop in coverage that they're talking about. I don't know. That I would like to see as this, I guess I'm asking that we put that off right now and see what they propose. That otherwise the sketch plan works with that hanging fire, because none of us is quite sure how that's going to work. But we don't know what will happen now that we've determined what the size of the buffer is and what land will be recovered. So that we're going to leave them in suspense on that until we see the actual site plan.
Yeah, I'm not inclined to make any decisions on that tonight until I see the site plan. I just want to make sure where we were combining a master plan and a sketch plan, we weren't going to skip the site plan and go right into looking at facades.
If anybody had thought that we were going to do that, they were sadly mistaken.
Okay, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Is the board in agreement? Okay. Yes, does the applicant understand what we just decided?
Yes, I just procedurally, I'm not sure, does the board vote at master plan? I totally understand, and we are fully committed to a site plan review as the next step in the process, but is there a master plan vote that needs to happen?
I have to turn to Eric on that. I'm really clear on the sketch plan, but
Nope, similar to the site inventory and analysis that was previously done, there's no formal vote. So if the board's comfortable with moving forward to a site plan, then staff's perfectly comfortable with working with the applicant on that.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. right, folks, usually we take a break at 8:30. And we've usually covered more than what we've covered at this point. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break from whatever time your watch says now, and please see you then. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item number 6, AR Building request a master plan review to establish 10 multifamily structures on a 57-acre parcel located at 35 Mussey Road, Assessors Map R38, Lot 1. Eric.
Thank you. So AR Building is coming in with a master plan review for development of multifamily units on a 57-acre parcel. The master plan is the second phase in a 3-step process known as the plan development process in the town zoning ordinance. So similar to the last project, it includes a review of preliminary infrastructure, conceptual uses, and mitigation for any environmentally sensitive areas. In reviewing the project, staff has recommended sidewalks on Mussey Road be shown, as well as noting off-site intersection upgrades that could be required. The master plan would then be followed by a formal site plan application, each of which requires a planning board review. And with that, I'll turn it back to the board.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jason Kambitsis. I'm the president of AR Development Company. I'm thinking back on 6:30 when those lifesavers were handed out to the board, just when there's any extra, but
We have some if you
I
don't.
I know. I was always told if you don't have enough for everybody, you know, but that's okay. So anyways, AR Building Company, we're a 50-plus-year-old real estate development company located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We build, buy, and manage all of our own projects. 9,000 units in 10 states. And so, you know, we've been up in the Northeast, as we've talked about before, over the last, 7 years and building multiple projects of, luxury apartment communities. We've come up into Maine to look at some projects, including, this one here on Mussey Road, one in Brunswick, and another one that we're starting in Auburn. These pictures here are a reflection of the fit and finish of our projects. Top left is in Reynolds Farm in North Kingstown, Rhode Island. It's a 4-story elevated apartment property. On the right's one in New London, Connecticut. Again, 4-story elevated. And on the bottom right is Evergreen Apartments in Monroeville. The one on the left's 225 units. The one on the right's 104. And the one on the bottom right is 92. Again, here's another kind of understanding of the fit and feel and the finish. This one's a new project we opened in New London, Connecticut called the Docks. And as you can see on the other pictures, we have a interior shot of our community room for all the tenants to, meet up. This project's a little different than that one. We'll have a pool, whereas in this one we didn't. You can see the typical layouts of our units. These are, modern apartment units, open floor plans, wall-to-wall wood floors, floor-to-ceiling windows, big open space, granite countertops. And of course, we have our decks in every unit. We do that everywhere we go. We want to make sure that people get a lot of outside space. We find that there's a tremendous amount of value for us and for our tenants to have those decks in every unit that we have. With me tonight, I have Brandon Carr, who's our engineer from Dupree Engineering, and Nikki Conant from Sebago, who's our lead traffic engineer. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Brandon. Thank you.
Good evening, Brandon Carr with Dupree Engineering. Just to kind of recap what Jason said, we were here for a sketch plan, I think about 3 months ago, and then we were here last in May with the site inventory analysis. So we're here tonight with the master plan submission. So some of what you'll see, you've already seen in either of those, and these are kind of the next iteration. So just to get everybody back acquainted with the site, it's at the corner of Mussey Road and Gorham Road. It's outlined in blue here. Kind of zoomed in here. So Mussey Road is at the top of the screen. Gorham's on the kind of angled on the right there. So the site's 57 acres. There, the Nonsuch River goes through the bottom kind of third of the site. I don't know if I can point, but down here, this is the Nonsuch River meandering through the site. The green you see are some wetlands associated with the river. The orange it's kind of a steep slope up. It's about a 20-foot grade change from the river. There's kind of a middle tier here in the site. There's some wetlands here. And then this top corner is another about 8 to 10 feet, kind of steps up. This purple you see here is an existing sewer line through the site. So there's a sewer easement centered on that. We went through all this last time, but if you have any questions, I can kind of revamp that. This was the site inventory map that we created. So again, the green line is that sewer easement through the site. The purple down the bottom, if you remember, we've been talking to the Scarborough Land Trust about a donation or a conservation restriction on a majority of the site. So like I said, the site's 57 acres. We're looking at about a little less of 40. I think it was 37 acres or so to either deed to them or restrict in some way. That includes all the RP and RZ, I believe, area on the site. Everything south of the river that's connected to the current land trust property. And then the buffer basically to the bottom of that slope I referenced. In that entire wetland that's associated with the river. The kind of pinkish you see here is what we identified as developable areas. We're going to be focusing on this kind of northernmost portion. It's about 9 acres of the site that we're looking at developing with this proposal. So this is the rendered site plan. So we're proposing 10 buildings. They're 3 stories each. So they're a little different than the pictures Jason shared. Their typical building's a 4-story, but we're proposing a 3-story, 12-unit building here. So there's 10 buildings, 120 units. It's a mixture of 1s and 2s. I can zoom in and get you that breakdown. Forget exactly what it is. It's roughly 50-50 1s and 2s. There's 218 parking spaces. We meet all the dimensional setbacks, density requirements, parking requirements. We're not seeking any relief at this for this proposal. Like I said, our kind of 2 entrances here. You can see the one on the left off of Mussey Road. They're both full access. Previous iterations of the plan had a full access on Mussey and an emergency only on Gorham. We've revised that to be full access and align it with that intersection and that existing signal. So we'd be adding a signal head. And Nikki's here to kind of talk about the traffic study that we just completed and the upgrades to that system there that we're going to propose. So the main kind of travel path through the site would be along this top kind of tier. And then they're almost, when you're looking at this from a grading standpoint, you're almost seeing kind of 2 separate I don't call them phases, but kind of 2 separate pods. You have this upper level, and then you'd have this bottom 5 buildings. That's kind of a step down, and kind of as you step down that hill. There's a clubhouse located on the corner here, so that would be would have the pool, the fitness center, mail rooms, community rooms, all the amenities that you saw on those previous slides would be in there. Like I said, the buildings are kind of center loaded. 12 units, so that's 4 units on each floor. You can imagine center hallway in each one, 4 units on each floor. Mixture of 1 and 2 beds. Every unit has a deck, or on the first floor patio. There's access on both sides of the building, so you'll see sidewalk connections on both sides to facilitate that. One of the comments added, I believe the sketch plan was to tie this streetscape into Mussey Road and Gorham Road. On the current plan, we show a sidewalk from our entrance here up Gorham, as Eric mentioned in the staff report. It's been recommended that we extend that sidewalk along Mussey, which we'll work with staff to do. There's some, I think there might be some right away with, restrictions and some utility poles to work around, but we can definitely work with staff to accommodate that along the from entrance to entrance there. Back to this entrance quickly, you'll see that it's just there's a boulevarded entrance. It's about 10 feet wide island in the center, and that's just to offset the geometry. So it lines up with that existing intersection. There's an existing mast arm that kind of sits right in the middle of where that entrance wants to be. So that island allows us to keep that mast arm for that signal head facing the other way and kind of break up that traffic. We've been working with I mentioned the existing sewer through the site. So we've been working with the sewer district, and we've shared some preliminary plans and flows with them. They've asked us to locate the connection, and we've passed off some schematic engineering with them, and they're so far supportive of the connection point and the amount of flows, the capacity of the system being able to handle that. Same with water. We've had preliminary conversations with the water district on the site, and they've indicated that this capacity here Stormwater wise, we're talking about a collection system and then a pond complex down here in the back of the site. From the soil testing and the surveys we've done, especially on the top section of the site, there's a higher groundwater table and then there's a layer of clay that really kind of limits or basically eliminates our ability to infiltrate, especially on that section of the site. So we're currently kind of looking at like a wet pond constructed wetland type system in the bottom there. Shoreland in your ordinance, there's a section on shoreland disturbance. So there is this yellow line that you'll see here is the shoreland zone. And I believe the ordinance allows for up to 25% of that zone to be developed. We're at just a little over 4%, so 4.1%. So we're well below that threshold there. We've located trash enclosures around kind of zooming in here. You can see those blue blocks scattered throughout the development would be trash enclosures. Typically they're a CMU block enclosure with a gate on the front, so fully screened. Dumpsters and recycling located in those. We don't show any landscaping and lighting currently, but we would propose a full landscaping plan and lighting plan that meets the town's ordinance at site plan review. Dark sky compliant lighting was brought up before. It would all be dark sky and meet the lighting ordinance of no spillover kind of to the adjacent properties. This is just a view. It's in the narrative, and this just at the site inventory analysis, a question was asked about how this site interacts with Warren Woods, the current preserve, and you can see our sites in the top right there. That's the back corner. So that's the southern section across the river that I mentioned. And this was just to show that we back up against that Warren Woods. So this is also managed by the land trust. So that especially the southern portion of our site across the river would be easily integrated with that existing trail system and the facilities they have over there. Next few slides are some renderings of the kind of working renderings of the current site plan. These don't show, don't fully illustrate some of the grading, or they don't show the dumpsters, the landscaping that we would propose, especially along Mussey Road and Gorham. But they kind of give you a sense of scale of the development and kind of what the buildings would look like. So this is a view if you're hovering over that the intersection. So you can see on the right, the loop in from Mussey Road on the left would be that divided entrance from Gorham. You can see the 3-story residential units and then that clubhouse community building situated on the corner there. Just some other views from around. This would be inside the intersection looking into the site. Like I said, this doesn't show, we would be proposing street trees and things along to meet the ordinance along those two frontages. This is really just to illustrate the buildings. And then this is just a tighter view of the buildings. Like I said, they're 3 stories. You can see that center entrance, the decks on each unit as you go up. It's a mixture of masonry, siding. It's a kind of a typical color palette than what you saw before in the 4-story version. It's really just a shrunk down version of that. AR does own all their facilities long-term. So they build a lot of masonry, kind of durable materials, especially down towards the ground because they'll be maintaining those. These are just some other views around the buildings. Typical kind of materials palette. You can see the balconies I mentioned with the railings, the siding, and then the masonry at the lower levels. That's really it for the site plan. And then I can have Nikki just discuss the traffic analysis that we did for the site, and then we're available for any questions the board has.
I'm Nikki Conant with Sebago Technics. As Brandon noted, we have completed a traffic study for the project. At this point, it hasn't been submitted to town staff, but it will be with the site plan submittal. Just kind of an overview as to what we've seen for traffic thus far. The project's expected to generate 56 trips during the AM, 68 trips during the PM, and 49 trips during the Saturday peak hour. So it does not trip the thresholds for a main DOT traffic movement permit. and we'd only be looking at local traffic permitting. And looking at the distribution of the trips to both the site accesses, we're not anticipated to have any impacts off-site on any of the nearby intersections. The project is looking at generating around 10 or so new trips in a lane per intersection. So that doesn't generally surpass the threshold for study purposes. The biggest thing that Brandon mentioned was one of the accesses is coming out at an existing signal. So the biggest thing from a traffic perspective will be adding a mast arm for our new approach there and providing equipment that is in line with some of the signal improvements that the Downs are doing at these 3 intersections nearby the site. So that's kind of a traffic overview, and I'll toss it back to Brandon.
So that's basically, I think, what we have. The board, obviously, public questions or questions from the board, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. This item is subject to a public comment period. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment? If there is, please approach the podium. Angela, anyone online?
No hands raised.
All right, public comment is over. As a reminder to the board, this is essentially a master plan submission, or as it's referred to here as a conceptual site plan. And just keep in mind that there are things that we will address in great detail as we get to, or if we get to a site plan review. For the master plan, please look at the 30,000-foot view and then provide them with suggestions as to what we would be looking at for a site plan. So let's start with Rick on this end.
First. So I really don't have a lot to say other than this is an outstanding master plan. I'm gonna let these guys skip the site view. We're gonna go right to building this thing. No, I think it's an excellent master plan. In fact, a lot of this you can reuse for the site plan. I especially like your drawings, all color coded and stuff. I like that a lot. Yeah, I like color. Sorry, I'm not supposed to say I like, but I really like, I like your drawing set.
The way to say it is I appreciate the professionalism of your submission.
I appreciate the profession.
Yeah, well, I got that, but I thought we would do that way. Okay.
Did you see the pictures in here? I mean, this is very well done. Seriously, very well done. I really don't have I don't have one thing on here that I really didn't. At this point, I think it looks good.
Okay, Karen?
I really don't have any comments, honestly. It's fine.
Chad?
Probably more for future submissions, but just snow storage, bikes, and if it is a wet pond, if there might be any fencing considerations with young children.
Okay. Hardly know what to say. Roger?
I think it looks really, really nice. I don't have too many questions either, other than just the wet pond. Is that going to be treated as an amenity also, like, I mean, as a, like, landscaped around it?
Yeah, it typically wet pond, it's really more of a constructed wetland. So like depth wise, you're probably only looking at like a foot or two of ponding maximum. It's more of to mimic a wetland. So it'd be planted kind of inside the system itself. That helps with a lot of the treatment, and then plantings around it, and you know, obviously the landscaping in the parking lot kind of to buffer it from the buffer. But the idea is that you construct this, and in 3 to 5 years, it really kind of looks natural.
Okay. No, I think this is going to make such a change in that area. I'm looking forward to see how this proceeds.
Great, thank you.
Jen?
Okay. Do you own this parcel at this time? Not yet. Okay. With with the exception of the section of sidewalk included in the staff memo, which I was excited to hear you're open to including that on Muzzy Road as well. And the mass arm improvements at the intersection of Spring Street, I'm still having a hard time reconciling this proposed development with at least what my understanding of this zone is, which is the TVC3 zone. And I read through this extensively while reviewing your package, and it just really, I'm not gonna reiterate it. I would encourage the team to go back and review that as well. But just for the benefit of the conversation here, that my sense was that this really focuses, the zoning language here really focuses on mixed use development, inclusion of businesses, and a number of other things, and residential, while also making nods to being in line and in character with the surrounding, what's in the surrounding area. And so we have a couple of other, we don't have a lot, but we have a couple of other TVC3 zones in town, and most of them do also incorporate some sort of business element or mixed use development. And I understand that you develop apartments, rental properties. I understand that. But I also, we don't have a whole lot of village centers here in Scarborough. And so I'm not sure why, but I feel particularly protective of the ones that we do have. And so certainly adding elements like the sidewalk that you're talking about on Muzzy Road, I would follow that up with, actually, I think it was mentioned in the staff comment as well, with the request for a crossing over to the school. I think that's something that if you were putting in that infrastructure is in line with that. But just sort of generally at the 30,000 foot level, I appreciated that that reminder, Rachel. Your buildings are set back, and you're not necessarily, this feels like the rest of this village center is sort of at the back door of this development instead of at the front door of it. In a way that your residents, I should think that anyone living here and anyone living in the surrounding area would want to feel like this is coming here as a part of this neighborhood, a part of this village center, as opposed to, something that's kind of like not turning its back, that's a little harsh, but you know what I mean, back facing to this, this intersection and this village center as it's been defined through our zoning. So, I particularly appreciated the inclusion of the graphic that shows the half-mile radius from this site. And I get it. This is a great, your proximity, you just, off the top, like immediately right off the top, you are within a half-mile proximity to one of only 3 elementary schools that we have in town, grocery and retail options, restaurants and coffee shops, a convenience store, medical facilities, our only community service facility right now, but like this new hub facility that we have, bus stops, churches, hair salons, other services, and other residences. So you're coming into a neighborhood and a village center, and I just in reading the zoning and how this is set up for properties like this to be developed, I'm just having a hard time picturing what you're proposing with how that's laid out. And if you can speak to that, that would be great, because I just feel like this is a huge, it's a large site, a large undeveloped site, like Rick mentioned earlier. We should all in this day and age assume that parcels like this will be developed, which is why we have this sort of zoning framework in place. And I just, I think there's a lot of really great opportunity here, and I think you're coming to the table with a lot of that really great opportunity. I think it would, I'm hoping to see a little bit more integration with this to the neighborhood that you are coming into, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer some design questions and talk briefly about the zoning. I think, I guess it's a question of what's allowed and what isn't allowed, right? But by right, everything we're doing is allowed on the site. So the TCV allows for this kind of use and then a mixed use development. From a design perspective, we view our buildings as four-sided buildings. And the idea with that is we don't have this like back of the house design where people might look at it and say, well, that's the rear of the building. In my mind, if somebody was going to build a mixed use development there, they want the parking in front of their development. If you've got a Starbucks, you got whatever, you want people to pull up. If you did a development there, based on the way the zoning is, there's a max min line that you have to meet for them. You wouldn't be able to get the parking in front of it. Therefore, you'd have the backs of the buildings fronting Gorham and Mussey Road. If you look at ours, all four sides of the buildings kind of give a much more appealing look than a back of a building would have. So we like having them pushed up. The parking is behind it. So when you go down the road, you don't just see cars, you don't see asphalt, you don't see any of that stuff. So, we understand that. And as you stated, this is what we do. This is our prime focus here. But when we look at these things, we look at, how they feel over time. And we feel that the size and the character is in line with what's around here. There are restrictions to the size of the buildings you can do. And that's why we're doing the ones that we are doing, the 12-unit building. We usually do a different one. If you've seen some of the other pictures, we have these large, more urban buildings that feel like commercial buildings. But that requires variances and that requires other things that early on in the process just, didn't seem like something that would happen. And so we thought it probably made the best sense to go this. We could have done something different, but it wasn't allowed to go that route. So that's kind of where we ended up here. And, we stand by, we think it's a great site, but I appreciate the comments.
Do you have, I understand you haven't built anything yet, but I'm thinking of other projects that we've seen very recently. Does this conceptual 30,000 foot level layout account for any future expansion, or is this just
this is
your
it.
absolute max out?
If you look at the footprint there for our property and what we have there, I mean, I guess there is down Mussey Road, I guess there is opportunity for commercial stuff there, but we don't have anything there. We don't have anything going on there. As far as building footprint or anything like that, we're handing over more than half the property to the land trust. As far as maximization of that, we really have utilized it to the most while staying out of all the wetlands.
Sure, yeah, that's the backside's certainly challenging. The unit density calculations allowed a little bit more, so I was just curious.
Yeah, we couldn't
That's
do
where
it. We couldn't fit anymore. I think we could do 8 more units per the density.
Okay, and I think I know the answer, but and I know we touched on this a little bit the last time too, about the donation of the back part of that lot to Scarborough Land Trust, which I think is wonderful. But in terms of like also fitting into the community, not just, I listed off a whole bunch of built things that you're proximate to, but you're incredibly close to a wonderful natural resource that we have that's managed well and popular with people in town. And so I'm just curious if there's any way possible that you see to provide a connection over to Warren Woods for your residents and or for the general public.
Yeah, I think when we've looked at that and we've looked at our sidewalk situation, once you get past our entrance, there's a major change in the elevation of the road down to the Nonsuch and also preserve wetlands. So there, it's kind of where the wetlands start. As you know, it kind of goes around, our project goes around the front and it comes down in the middle, and then around it is all the wetlands. I mean, as far as a connection goes, I don't know where it fits in or how it doesn't, and what kind of connection that is. Is it a stone path, something like that? I mean, that's something that can be done. What I don't want to do and what I'm prepared to do is change the project and have to go back to wetlands and do that.
Sure.
We're happy to look at that, and we're happy to come up with some sort of design that could get us there. I just don't want to get into a situation where we start building a sidewalk and a curb, and then we start holding off water going into the nonsuch, and it goes down the road because there's no drainage there already. But as far as a walking path of some sort, we're happy to talk about
Yeah, I
that
think
past the
more,
entrance.
I was thinking more in terms of a trail connection, in terms
Yeah,
of like
that's-
amenities.
That's something we can look at as far as like we can have that discussion, and we can do something as long as we don't have to go change the wetland permitting. I mean, we're
Sure.
happy to do that.
That's all I have for questions. I would just continue to look in future submissions for, and I recognize the sort of four-sidedness to your buildings, I think is the way that you described it. But just an enhanced integration of those into the street facade, the streetscape of where it is that you're coming to. And if that's, with, appropriately scaled landscaping
yeah,
or
sure.
walkout connections between the front of these buildings, the sidewalk that you'll be putting in, I mean, that just seems kind of like a no-brainer. Things like that. So
Yeah, I think we can look at that because there are, really nice walkable businesses,
Yeah.
and it would be nice to
Very
have that. And as far as, one of the best breakfast sandwiches I've ever had, and beers. But the, as Brandon showed, it didn't have the full landscaping on the front, and we can show
Sure, yeah,
that
I'm
aerial really.
curious what that'll look like too.
Yeah.
You'll get there. Thank
Oh,
you.
we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Rick?
Yeah, one question, in the center there, it looks like you've got some hardscape going on. There's 5 trees right in it looks like a triangle. Is that like a gathering area? It's almost right in the center of the.
Yeah, I know the area you're talking about. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
good.
across from the clubhouse, kind of.
Yeah, straight across from the clubhouse.
Yeah, we'd envision maybe some benches, kind of like it's just kind of like.
A gathering space and,
Center
yeah.
courtyard area, kind of linking that. Somebody mentioned bike racks before. We typically do a bike rack, either every building, either smaller buildings, they might share a bike rack. but you could do something there.
So would you connect that with some sidewalks or how would you just walk across the lawn to get there?
There is a sidewalk connection.
Yeah, so we have a sidewalk connection coming across and crosswalk across from the clubhouse, and then from that, parking to the left there.
I guess, oh yeah, okay, I got it now, right here, I guess.
Let's go. Yeah, I think we're. You see it now?
I'm not sure I see the sidewalk.
Okay. If you look at while he's booting it up, if you look at it, there's a
I'm
gray
looking down in
line
here.
below the parking lot, I think to the east.
Right here.
And that's the connection he's talking about.
Yeah, so on the northern side of that parking, you can see it coming in here from Gorham Road. There's
Doesn't go
a
straight there. Yeah.
sidewalk that comes in, then we have some crossings here, and then the sidewalks on both sides of this parking as you go out. It's because that,
I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where you.
oh,
were
sorry.
going.
So the sidewalk kind of on this side is on the north side, as you can see it
Yeah.
coming here. There's 2 crossings, one here. And then there's sidewalk on this side, on both sides. So there's sidewalk on the
I'm
northern
talking
side.
about this area right here.
Oh, okay. That is actually part of the sewer easement. That's actually a wetland area. So probably shouldn't be showing a couple trees in there, but
Okay.
there is some disturbance in there because that's where we have to do our sewer connection. So I think somebody just got a little happy with the rendering and
All
threw some
right,
extra
well,
trees in there.
I kind of liked it having a gathering spot there at the center. I mean,
Yeah, that,
instead of one of those trees, maybe a nice gazebo in there.
we could look at doing something
looking at
maybe,
something like
I think
that.
it'd be more appropriate like up in this area here. But this area, this light green hatch you see that I'm kind of following here, that's the edge of the wetland. So we have to go into it here to get to that sewer connection because that's where they want
Yeah.
basically us to come into that manhole. But we wouldn't be looking at disturbing it, but we could definitely do something more kind of north of that.
Well, I just noted that there was a little bit, something funky going on.
Yeah.
No, to Jen's point, integrating this into a already existing neighborhood. Given the growth ordinance that we have you kind of figured out a planned development timetable?
Yeah, the beauty of these buildings is that, we can do them over time, and we could start, a few of them at the end of one year and start the rest at the beginning. I know there's if I recall, 78 one-bedroom units is allowed before it all starts, before the growth kicks in. If I recall, I forget what we looked at before, but these buildings can be phased in over
Mhm.
that time. So we could start and then go into the next year and get some more and then finish off. So that's
Would
kind of how
you-
we're looking at that.
Would you be putting the clubhouse in kind of early on in the,
We'd be doing that initially, yeah, with the
Yeah,
first few
okay.
buildings, yeah.
nice? Yeah, and I also appreciate the sidewalk going down the Muzzy Road. We'll be looking for on your site plans. What I'll be looking for is your utility plan. I'd like to hopefully see that we're not gonna put combustion heating and units in these, and we'd go with the, heat and cool by wire, such
Well-
as heat pumps and.
Oh, yeah, that's what
RF
we use,
systems.
yeah. We don't use gas or anything like that in our
Okay, so
units,
there'll be
yeah.
no gas line coming in here?
No, we never use gas. We don't feel comfortable putting all those lines in and doing that. Electric works well. We don't have any issues with it. It's more efficient, so.
I like that. That's a nice feature for our carbon footprint here in
Mhm.
Scarborough. And one other point that might be of interest, and I know it may be for potential tenants, is carports with maybe a solar on top. I'm just throwing things out to consider in your submission for a site
Mhm.
plan. Certainly that would help, defray the cost of electricity for your site if you could generate some of it.
I think,
right there.
speaking of the carports, I think we're kind of limited on our parking to do that. And so you lose spots every time you do that. So we have kind of a minimum parking in doing that. It's something we do put in and something we look at. But sometimes we get constrained because we have to meet, the parking criteria, but
I'm just.
we'll look at that.
Consider the electric bills of your potential tenants, and if you could generate on site, whether you fill in where your drainage pond could be, you could put solar in there. If you put the footings in and get that done, and you'll defray the cost to your tenants for electricity. Plus, you'll be moving forward with the main state plan of climate mitigation.
Okay.
And one final point, adaptive signaling, are you looking at that as part of your intersection? So the traffic lights being.
Yeah, Nikki will talk about it.
Yeah, so as a part of the Scarborough Downs project, they're actually planning to do adaptive at these 3 signals. So when we add the mast arm for our approach, we would look to match the detection that they're using.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay, great. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let me just say I'm rather disappointed because my colleagues hit about everything I had notes on. But I do have a couple of other things. Let me just get things clear on the phasing. Are we talking about you're putting in, approaching first the development, the buildings along Mussey or Gorham Road? And then how many, so let's call that phase 1, including the clubhouse. And then what would phase 2 look like in terms of timing and numbers?
I think it would just move into the back. I don't have the phasing with me, and we can have that prepared for the next meeting. But yeah, we would definitely do the clubhouse and what's up front first. We don't want to have a bunch of buildings sitting in the back and nothing going on in the front. We develop it all at once. That's what makes the most
Okay.
sense.
So you're talking about 2 years for development, 3 years? What do you
Site development on property like this, from when we close to when we go, depending on the seasons, is probably 8 months. And then from the pure site stuff, and then we get on the buildings and the clubhouse. And then, the site development doesn't really stop until the last building is in. We put the final coating of pavement down and everything like that. But if you were to say beginning to end with the growth permits and all that exists, it'd be a 3-year build out or so.
Okay. I have a suggestion, and I'm not sure it's going to work, so just take it with a grain of salt. But one of the things that Jen always tickles something in my mind as she starts talking about the front of the building. We have the opportunity, well, we've got a sidewalk that goes to Mussey Road and Gorham Road. You don't really have a connection. You've only got 2 connections to the sidewalks.
Yeah, we'll we're gonna fix that, but yeah, I'll,
So my suggestion is to take a look at a direct connection,
Mhm.
either from the clubhouse or something to that light there.
yeah, we will,
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
not a problem.
The other concern I have is how far away are you from the school with that exit?
No, geez, we're what, a quarter of a,
Yeah, it's probably
1,500 feet, yeah.
Okay. I guess I remain concerned for a couple of things. I've driven down Mussey Road when the parents are there
Mhm,
picking up kids and the school buses are lined up and traffic stops, basically.
mhm.
And it's not necessarily something that is going to be handled by the lights, even when they all go in. And that's going to create a traffic issue at your exit onto Mussey Road. And I don't know how you solve it, but I think you need to really take a hard look at the traffic patterns when school is starting and school is letting out. That could be a problem because the lines really do go back pretty far. And could create a difficulty for your folks getting out. And just create a kind of a mess there. So I think that's something you need to take a look at. When you get to us with the site plan, there are just a whole bunch of details that we would expect to see. We'd like to see the bicycle racks, the open space where people can sit. So you've talked about some benches. Show us.
Mhm.
Benches outside, perhaps outside of the buildings near the entrances, so folks can sit and watch the traffic. But that people like to sit outside and chat, and that's an opportunity. So we really recommend in developments like this constant places here and there for people to gather and people to talk and people to become familiar with their neighbors, because otherwise apartment living kind of cramps that. So the more you can do to create that, not just at the clubhouse, but throughout the site, I think the happier your tenants will be. I have no other questions, and I'm not sure why, but
That's okay.
I figured you'd be happy about it.
I could do it all night.
So I think we're fine with the master plan submission. Look forward to seeing the site plan. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Okay, it is 9:05. Our next project here is Costco. My feeling is that it is likely to go past 10 o'clock. Now, you can wait if you want to, or you can just send, and Jim Fisher is getting it ready, his copy ready, send a note, drop a note off with Eric that says, we'll wait until next time. And you will be taken basically first next time. If you want to wait and hope that we get this next one, project done before 10 o'clock, you can do that. But I do want to let you know. Item number 7, Costco Wholesale Development requests a site plan review for a construction of 161,100 square foot retail facility and accessory gasoline filling station at the Innovation District of Scarborough Downs, Assessors Map U53, Lot 1. Eric.
Thank you. So Costco is in front of the board with a formal site plan review request for a 161,000 plus or minus square foot retail building. The board conducted 2 sketch plan applications back in the winter and the spring, where we talked about a lot of issues, and the result of that was a pre-application to staff. The staff then reviewed that pre-application, to which Costco and their engineers and their team responded to that. And those responses have been included in the current site plan application in front of the board for its review. One of the preliminary comments we had some concerning stormwater detailing. But there was one of the larger issues was traffic considerations for the project. So on the traffic side of things, our peer traffic engineer review team identified some preliminary comments for Costco to respond to. Those have been shared with the applicant, and we are awaiting a response. I'm sure they're excited to talk about that tonight. The primary traffic concern that our peer engineer review team and staff had to do with distribution of trips to and from this regional destination, which could have impacts on the turning lane lengths entering the site, especially from Payne Road, as well as potential other offsite improvements. Any response that Costco has, we're looking forward to reviewing that with our team and our peer traffic engineer reviewers. And so we can have smooth vehicular access and egress to and from the site. I would now turn it back to the board for discussion of items it feels important for the site plan.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. I'm Dan Bacon, Crossroads Holdings, here on behalf of the Downs. I'm just going to provide a couple introductory remarks and then turn it over to the Costco team. We're excited to be before you again to review the site plan for Costco. And I'll let you, Kim, kind of go to the next slide. Okay, so we just wanted to, I'm going to kind of frame the Costco site within the overall master plan, and then speak to the past permitting for this site. I think it's no secret that this is going to be the first site for Costco in Maine, and we're excited to be working with the Costco team to deliver this site. If you go back, Kim, to the other slide, this area of the Downs is really kind of ready-made for the Costco development. So this is the area of the project right at the corner of Payne and Downs Road, really designed for highway-oriented business like Costco. In fact, through the pre-permitting that we did with the town, both through the master plan and through the subdivision review process, we planned on a retailer like Costco. In fact, their traffic generation is less than what had been planned for lot 1 in the Downs. So the site driveways have been designed for this use, for the amount of traffic expected to the site. And also we worked on the driveway locations, kind of balancing wetland impacts along the Downs Road to put that driveway location in the best possible place for access, but also for minimizing wetland impacts. Through that kind of design process and working with Costco, they've also designed the site to preserve the most amount of wetlands possible along the Downs Road as you come in, to kind of provide that green gateway into the Downs and to shield the parking in the building largely from view from the Downs Road. And that was also out of efforts around environmental protection. Beyond that, working with Costco, the building's kind of tucked back towards the Innovation District lots. So that's really kind of designed in character, in a compatible way as the gateway into the Innovation District, which we talked a lot about during sketch plan with the board back in the winter period. I think lastly, not on the slides here, I wanted to let the board be aware of was there's a memorial located along the Payne Road frontage. And we've been working over the past few months with the family, the Delano family, in terms of relocating that memorial so Costco can move forward, the road improvements can move forward, and there'll be a new site to recreate that memorial that preserves that memory in this corridor. So I know the board's asked about that, and we're actively working with the family on a more fitting site for that memorial. I think, Kim, if you go to the next slide, is around traffic. Eric introduced kind of the traffic comments, and we're actually this evening not going to focus on or talk in detail about specific questions the peer reviewer has on traffic, because the traffic team is working on response to comments, and that will be provided in the near future for the board's next review, and also for the peer reviewers review. What we did want to highlight is the pre-permitted nature of this site. So I think as a board, most board members remember, we actually spent about 2.5 years working with Maine DOT on a comprehensive TMP for the entire project, and also working with the planning board on approving that same TMP to act as the traffic permit for the Downs project. So that 2.5-year process resulted in specific number of trips that were approved for the project in the morning, the PM, and the Saturday peak hours of traffic, and a very specific set of improvements to mitigate the impacts of those trips. And those improvements are either complete, underway. Most notably, they're underway at the front door of Costco. So the Payne Road corridor right now is under construction. I'm sure you're aware of it and probably avoiding that section of roadway. But those improvements were intentionally done to meet the mitigation of the TMP, and also done to be complete in advance of opening this Costco site in this end of the project. So those are underway. They'll be complete before the end of the year, which is the requirement under the TMP and the town's approval. And then this map, or 2 maps, show all the other improvements, and I'm not going to go through them, that are required on specific intervals in the project. So we're actually also designing next year's improvements that will make improvements to Route 1, 8 Corners, which was just talked about on the last presentation, with signal improvements, then all the way out at North Scarborough. And then in 2024, we come back to Payne Road and make improvements to Payne Road and Muzzy, and all the signals that go up into the main mall. Again, that will benefit and help serve any increased traffic associated with the Costco. So I wanted to remind the board of that kind of pre-permitted nature through the DOT and through the town. And essentially the offsite improvements and number of trips are addressed. The peer reviewer is raising some questions that, again, we're working through responses to. I'm going to provide that submission to the town for their review, and we can provide a summary at the next board meeting. So with that kind of quick overview of the site and past permitting, I think I'll turn it over to Michelle to walk you through the site plan details.
Good evening again. My name is Michelle Carlson, a licensed professional engineer with BL Companies. It's nice to see everyone again this evening. Thank you for having us. I just want to quickly mention that the subdivision plan was approved, and we have to reconcile our drawings with the subdivision plan so that we have the correct layers on. There were a couple of comments just about the lines on the drawings, and we're going to take care of that in the next iteration that we submit, just as a matter of housekeeping. But the Costco lot is 19.25 acres. It's on the corner of Payne and Scarborough Downs Road. We've been at this for over a year now. We've had over 6 meetings in person with the staff over the course of the past year. We've also had Zoom calls, emails. There's been back and forth correspondence. We had 2 sketch plan review meetings with this board, as you're aware. One was on January 30th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022. January 31st, excuse me. I needed my glasses on. We also, as you know, on January 10th, 2022, we submitted applications for the Site Location of Development Act permit and the Natural Resources Protective Act and ACOC permit. Those were submitted on January 10th. Chris Baldwin did get back to us, and that was submitted in our application package to you on June 13th from the Cumberland County Soil and Water Conservation District. They completed the stormwater review, and we have a memo saying that our stormwater management design conforms with the intent of the Maine DEP regulations. We are anticipating any day now, sometime in July, to hear comments back from the Maine DEP and the Corps, and hoping to have those permits in hand sometime next month or August. That's what we're being told. We'll see what happens over the next 30 days or so. Could go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is the site plan that we showed you at the March 14th meeting. It's a 161,100 square foot building we have 794 parking spaces. We meet the minimum requirements for parking count and parking space size. We have 749 parking 10 by 20 parking spaces and 45 10 by 18 parking spaces. The 10 by 18 parking spaces are located page right behind the building. The front entrance is in the opposite corner. Kim, if you could show them. Yep, that's where the front entrance is. We have 17 accessible spaces that are near the front entrance. And we also have an accessible pathway out to Innovation Way that will connect to the sidewalk in Innovation Way. Top of the page is the compactor area. And then circling around, we have the loading. Keep coming down to the front of the building where the front entrance is. And then on the short side to the right is where the tire center is. We have the fueling station off of Payne Road. And we have 3 entrances and 2 full access curb cuts, one on Scarborough Downs Road, one on Innovation Way. Those are the locations, if you've been out there, of the existing curb cuts that were installed when the roadways went in. And then we're proposing a right in, right out curb cut on Payne Road. We have 73.2% impervious coverage with this plan. We're allowed up to 75% with the regulations. Right now, we're at 73.2%. We have scattered throughout the parking lot. You probably can't see it on this plan, but they're shown as X's. Those are the cart corrals. That's where Costco puts the people that are shopping there, unload their car, push their cart hopefully into a cart corral, and then Costco has staff that's out there roaming the parking lot that collects the carts in bundles of 10 and brings them back into the front of the building, and they are all stored in the front of that building, the vestibule area at night. So they do have someone that is out there roaming and maintaining the parking lot free of carts. We are requesting 4 waivers, and I'll talk about all 4 in the presentation. The first waiver that we're requesting that's pertinent to the site plan is the regulations call for 25-foot drive aisles. We're asking for relief to go to 24-foot drive aisles within the main parking fields. And then we do have 30-foot drive aisles around the building and where the trucks are circulating. So we do have enough width for the truck circulation areas. And then we're requesting to go to 24-foot drive aisles. The second waiver that we're asking for that you can see on this drawing is the positioning of the building. We would like relief to be able to have the building positioned where it is with the parking field out around the front of the building as shown on this plan. And I'll get into the other 2 waivers that we're requesting as we get further into the presentation. The next slide shows the truck turning movements. The light blue is the fuel truck. The green is the large WB67 delivery trucks. The delivery trucks will come in off of Innovation Way and they'll go around the back of the building. We are keeping them out of the main parking fields. The fuel truck can get in and out and around the site too. We've shown that with the truck turning movements. The next slide is the Scarborough Fire Department ladder truck. We met with the Scarborough Fire Department and we requested their ladder truck template so we could run it through the site. What this plan is not showing is access on Payne Road, but the ladder truck can come in on Payne Road and negotiate through the site in the event of a fire. The next slide is the fuel facility overflow queue plan. In the fuel facility itself, we can stack up to 54 cars, 9 in each row. The blue represents if there was an overflow condition, the entrance would be shut off. And then the blue is where Costco would have attendants directing people that were going to the fuel facility to allow for another additional 50 plus cars to be queued if necessary. The unique thing about the Costco fueling station is it's one way. So under normal operation, you come in and you access it either via Payne Road or you can come in from any of the other entrance points and get to the far end of the gas. It's one way. It takes about 3.5 minutes on average for a vehicle to fuel. They have long hoses, so you pull up to the pump. It doesn't matter which side you fuel your vehicle on. You can reach it with their long hoses. And they also have escape lanes in the middle. So if you're in the middle, there's 3 pumps, you're in the middle, you can get out and leave and someone else can pull in and there's no waiting for people to keep moving forward or get out of the pump line. And they also can fuel with this particular fueling station, about 102 cars go through in an hour. So it's pretty efficient. Next slide, please. The snow storage plan. We're going to push snow to the perimeter of the parking lot. As you can see, one toward Payne Road, another section in the rear of the building. And then we have a landscaped area that doesn't have any tall trees or plantings where we can store snow. If Costco needs those parking spaces because of the timing of the year or situation, snow will be trucked off site and they will have something figured out in advance as where that would be during a snowstorm. The snow will not be pushed toward the wetlands or into the detention, the wet pond. It will be shown there, or it will be removed. The next slide is the stormwater management basin. We're extending the existing wet pond. You can see in the dark blue, top right of the page is the existing wet pond as part of this project to accommodate the Costco development and whatever goes on Lot 1C. We're extending the wet pond in the area shown in blue. What we are doing with we're providing stormwater quality treatment with through the wet pond, and we're providing detention for stormwater management. Underground detention here or infiltration is not feasible. The groundwater table is at about 1.5 to 2 feet. So we can't get any benefit of infiltration because of the high groundwater. This stormwater system in the wet ponds designed to meet the main DEP requirements. And that's as evidenced by Chris Baldwin's review and concurrence with our design and the review of the stormwater management plan and all our calculations. The fuel canopy the stormwater on the fuel canopy is going to be collected, and it's going to go through about 400 feet of pipe underground and discharge into the wetland system to help provide water to the wetlands. This was discussed during meetings with the main DEP and the Corps. They suggested that we provide some stormwater to the wetlands, and roof runoff is technically clean stormwater. And then by going through the 400 feet of pipe, there'll be some cooling effect. The roof is also a light color, which will help with temperature. And, the 4 objectives of the main DEP regulations are effective pollutant removal, which is through the wet pond, cooling, channel protection, and flood control. And we are meeting the requirements as evidenced in the plan that we've presented in our recent approval. Could you go to the next slide? Okay, the utilities. We are bringing in the utilities from Innovation Way. They're all in there existing now, and there are stubs in the roadway to provide sanitary sewer, telecommunications, fire service, water, electric, and gas to the Costco building. And in addition, we are pulling electric from Payne Road for the fueling station. The landscape plan, right now, we have 15% interior landscaping proposed, which meets the intent of the regulations. We've added a 4-foot planted berm out on Payne Road along the fuel station area to provide additional screening. Around Scarborough Downs Road, the wetland area, that provides a natural buffer anywhere from 65 feet to 100 feet on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, 120 to 150 feet of natural buffer to remain between the right-of-way line and our edge of grading. Not to the back of the curb, that's to the edge of the grading. So there's going to be a significant natural buffer that's left there. Along Payne Road, I was out there today, basically the area is cleared up to the telephone poles. And as part of our project, we're going to clear from the telephone poles inland, but we're providing a new landscape plan that I'm now going to have Wayne Violet present. He's our landscape architect. He couldn't be here tonight, but he is going to present remotely for us and further discuss the plantings and what we're proposing.
Great, thank you, Michelle. This is Wayne Violet, Senior Landscape Architect with BL Companies. If anyone's having trouble hearing me or following along with the visuals, I am sharing my screen. Please let me know and I'd be happy to repeat. What we're looking on the screen right now, as Michelle had just teed us off with the landscaping, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about design intent, goals of the project as it relates to landscaping, relating to the parking lot areas, relating to the frontage areas and the site in general. A lot of times when we're starting a landscape plan, working with the design team and this particular client, we're making sure those design goals are met and well thought out so we can communicate those to you. So first and foremost, Michelle had hit about some of the code compliant landscape requirements would be the internal areas. But other things that we strive for in a code compliant landscape plan would be tree coverage, ground cover vegetation, buffer areas and distances. We meet or exceed any of the local codes prescribed for this particular site. And that's something we're shooting for with this particular client. Attractive landscaping isn't something that's done just initially to get an approval. With this particular client, when we go through our landscape plans, we're looking for long-term, easy to maintain landscaping that's going to look great for a long period of time. So we hope that you're going to see that with some of the landscaping that I'm showing you. Diversity in plant scheme or plant palette. It is our belief in landscape design that a diverse plant palette is going to be best for long-term for these particular sites, large commercial sites, which are getting touched by quite a few different hands and observed by quite a few different people. So we've come up with a planting scheme that's very adaptable to the area, that is a collection of trees, shrubs, ground covers, grasses, you name it. We have included a great diverse plant list on this particular project. And where possible, and typically for most sites, we're going to have a large contingent of native plantings. And that is the case here. We use native plantings for that long-term sustainability of the project, to reduce water usage on a particular site like this. So native plantings are something that's very important to us in the design intent and the goal. So I'm going to walk through some of the site here. What you see on the screen is an overall plan, kind of on the right-hand side, just a bit of a key plan. And taking up much of the page on the left-hand side is a collection of that plant palette that I was just identifying. Regarding the tree canopy, so our design intent for a parking lot is to get as much tree canopy, as much shade coverage as we can to create a great environment for the folks and users who are coming into the space and then ultimately using the Costco. So for canopy trees, flowering trees, and evergreen trees within the parking lot area and surrounding the parking lot area, we have more than 170 trees on this particular site, all in high visibility areas. Those trees, as you might be seeing in some of the pictures on the left-hand side, are comprised of many large canopy trees, for instance, a red sunset red maple, a legacy sugar maple, northern red oak, just to name a few. So really great native, well-adapted plants that we're using for that canopy coverage within our parking lot islands and around the perimeter of the parking area. In addition to the overhead canopy, which like I said, was more than 170 in kind of the parking area proper, for our understory, which is, shrubs, perennials, grasses, things of that nature. Within this particular planting plan and planting design, we have more than 1,400 in quantity. And so we're hearing your code directly, and we would be coming with this all together as we want to reduce some of those high water usage lawn areas. We kind of limit those to maybe around the perimeter of the site or larger islands. And for the most part, for our islands within the parking area, we're using vegetative ground cover. We're trying to think of ways to add those native plantings, reduce that water usage, and really create a great native planting scheme here. Now, with a parking lot design, some things that we're very cognizant about is obviously the look, but also the safety. Now, parking areas on Costco on certain days of the year, it can be very busy. So we want to take a real hard look at end caps versus kind of our longer, robust, median type of islands in the parking area. So for instance, and I'm going to zoom in here, which is going to give you a nice visual, I think, as we zoom in. For a particular end cap island, which would be something reminiscent of, these, for an example, end cap islands that you would think of. When I mention about safety is when we're typically thinking of the planting design, we're looking for lower plant material in those end cap islands where you're getting that intersection of traffic. So we're using items as our low-scape chokeberry, we're using daylilies, we're using a couple different varieties of juniper, and a couple different smaller dwarf style grasses in those end cap islands, and where we have intersections with vehicles where we want to make sure we remain those site visibility triangles and angles within the parking lot. And in areas where we have a bit more robust median islands, where we have more meat there and ability, it's very important to break up some of these parking areas to add that canopy overhead, certainly, but to add some of those breaks at the pedestrian scale in the understory package. So we typically will take advantage of some of those areas and use some taller grasses that are going to do really well in the parking area condition. We'll use some native shrubs, for instance, like an inkberry, which we do have proposed as part of the plant schedule. So we have a well thought out parking area that, again, as I said, it comprises of a diverse plant schedule. Many of the images that you see on the left-hand side are all encompassed within the parking area itself. We have a lot of the ground covers and the grasses located at the bottom with some of those images, including the inkberry, the switchgrass, the daylily with that pop of yellow is fantastic, the dwarf Russian sage. You can't go wrong with some of these, and we're really happy to introduce them into this really native and adaptable plant scheme for this particular site. So that covers a little bit as it relates to the landscape within the parking area itself, the overhead coverage of the canopy trees, and then that understory mixed planting. I now want to focus a little bit on the frontage area, and specifically I want to talk about the Payne Road frontage area, which I'll zoom in here for a moment. This area is approximately 400 feet in length between the parking area and the roadway, Payne Road. As Michelle had mentioned, we were looking at ways to really enhance and improve the landscaping along that edge to create a well-established vegetative buffer there. So in addition to the landscape berm, it's a 4-foot high landscape berm in that particular zone, we've introduced a collection of plantings that we think is going to create a great buffer there. Again, native, and I'll go through some of the species, a great buffer, a well-established area that's going to look good for a long period of time, multi-seasonal effect. So we'll have some fall color and we'll get some spring flowers and things like that, which is going to really make it quite nice along the Payne Road frontage. So we have a collection of trees. We have more than 40 trees, evergreen and deciduous. We do have a mix. We have more than 40 trees selected for this particular zone. Those include, again, the red sunset red maple with that fantastic fall color. We've got swamp white oak, bringing some of that native factor. We've got a couple different evergreen trees in this particular zone. One is a blue spruce cultivar, which is a more dwarf style blue spruce. It's going to cap out, which is this hoops blue spruce. It's going to cap out at about 20 to 25 foot max height. We do have some red cedars located in this particular zone. And again, with the whole intention of creating a very diverse, but very native and very adaptable planting scheme. In addition to the more than 40 trees in this particular zone, and if you're doing the math, more than 40 trees, we're typically 8 to 10 feet on center for some of these trees. So it's going to be very, very full even after install. We are proposing more than 190 shrubs within the zone on top and along that 4-foot high berm. The shrubs selected are really intended to handle that kind of dry condition that you would typically find in a berm area, but again, give you some of that multi-seasonal effect. So we've got inkberry that's going to provide year-round coverage. We've got bayberry that's going to handle a lot of those dry periods and give us some height. Bayberry typically can get 6 to 8 feet in height and really handle that condition. You might find this on a shoreline as well. So very local to the region. Grollo sumac with a very bright red and a very full red color in the fall. And then we've got a red stem dogwood, which will provide a nice spring and fall seasonal effect in this particular zone. So again, we've paid a lot of attention to Payne Road. We feel that that's an important edge along the parking area with that berm and with this landscaping. And we think that's going to go a long way to really help create a fantastic, robust landscape plan, not only for the parking area, but its edges as well. So I'll pause there. I'm going to pass the baton back to Michelle and team to talk a little bit about site lighting and other items.
So I mentioned already 2 of the 4 waivers that we're requesting. The 3rd waiver pertains to site lighting. We're requesting to install 36-foot 6-inch light poles to the top of the light from the ground, and that's a waiver from 20 feet. The fixtures are going to be LED cutoff, dark sky compliant. I showed you this, I think, during the sketch plan meetings. This is an existing store in East Lyme, Connecticut, constructed and opened a couple of years now. I think it's been operating. This is an actual drone photo, and you can see that they truly are cutoff fixtures. There is really no light spill off to the side of the parking lot. It's very dark. We're proposing the taller fixtures because they give a better distribution of light. There's less poles. On this particular plan in Scarborough, we would have 65 20-foot poles, tall poles, and we're proposing 32 with the taller poles. So basically half the amount of, concrete bases and poles in the parking lot, which allows for, it's less visual clutter, can put more landscaping in. And like I said, we get a better distribution of light with the taller poles. Next. We spoke about architecture at both of the sketch plan meetings. You've seen these before. These are examples of existing buildings that are in architecture that are in the innovation district. Costco, as you can see, is at the bottom with the canopy in the building, and it's in harmony with what's out there. If you go to the next slide, you can see that also, that what we're proposing definitely fits the character and the intent of the commercial design district standards. We go to this one right here. This is the same one that we showed you before. This is the material palette. Let me just get to my page. This plan is in this elevation. You can see the arcade roll-up glass doors that are opened up during good weather. The carts are stalled in this area overnight. Customers will walk up to a Costco. If you've ever been to one, you walk up to the entrance and the carts are inside. You grab a cart and you go inside. These doors do roll up, so they are rolled up when they're open and the weather is nice. We're breaking up the facade with a palette of insulated metal panels with different textures and different orientations. Some of the seams are vertical up and down, and some of the seams are horizontal to add some texture and just break up the building facade. There also are accent bands. There's the brown accent band around the mid of the building. You can see the red accent band. The coping at the top also is a band up at the top that's brownish. These are all metal materials. At the bottom, the water table and around the columns is a spec brick. That's a cement-based material that looks like brick, has the texture of brick, but it has more longevity and it's more environmentally friendly. The waiver that we're requesting here is per the Scarborough Commercial Design Standards. It is page 6, offsets. And I'm just going to read this so I don't mess it up. No interrupted length of any facade shall exceed 100 horizontal feet. Facades greater than 100 feet in length shall incorporate wall plane projections or recesses having a depth of at least 3% of the length of the facade. And we're requesting a waiver of this because we believe that our design intent meets the intent of the guideline as to proportion and varied facade treatments by providing a change in material type, color, and pattern orientation. There are visual breaks in the facade plane. The design of the Costco is intended to follow the use of high quality materials and contemporary design aesthetic established by the Innovation District in which the Costco will be sited. So we feel that, if you look at this and you look at the different materials, the textures, it doesn't look like one big, large building. It is broken up visual to the eye. You also have the edge around the lower part, the concrete out by the front where people sit. I think that was termed after the CEO because he would sit out there and eat his hot dog and I think Pepsi and watch people come in and out. And so that's where sometimes you will see people actually sitting there. That concludes what I have to say for now. Oh, nope. The gas canopy. We added the mansard roof to give it some, it's not a flat roof anymore. That is a mansard element on the top of that roof. I did talk about the queuing and went through the site plan portion of the gas. Now you can actually see the visual of the mansard roof that was added. Now I'm finished.
And anyone, okay, anyone else? For Costco?
For now, no, we're ready to answer
Okay.
questions if you have any.
Then this is an item that is available for public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a comment? If so, please approach. Angela, is there anyone online?
No hands raised.
Give them another 10 seconds. How many folks do we have left?
5, but 2 are staff.
Okay. All right, in that case, public comment is closed and we will turn this over to the board. Let me just say that in terms of comment in general, we've received a great many letters, emails concerning Costco, both pro and con. Most of them actually, in some respects, aren't particularly relevant to the discussion that we have right now, in that they talk about the benefits of Costco coming to Scarborough. And folks talk about shopping there. Folks talk about having shopped in Costco before, or folks talk about a parking lot that is too large and heat sinks and things like that. So let me just be clear that this body does not look at the nature of the organization that is before us. In other words, that's not part of the ordinances. It could be a wonderful company, it could be a lousy company. What is before us is what that company is proposing. So I certainly appreciate hearing from the public on their opinion of the quality of Costco. I would second that. I frequently shopped in Costco down in Virginia. But this board is a quasi judicial body with a responsibility to interpret the fidelity of and to review the fidelity of the applicant to the ordinances of the town of Scarborough. The way we do tend to work especially with very large operations like Costco, is to find ways basically to make it work, to help the applicant find a way to meet the standards that we expect of a business here in Scarborough as it relates to the ordinances. Our role is to judge how close and if you have met those standards, if Costco has met those standards. So for those folks who might be looking out there, who might watch later, we appreciate everything that has been said. But saying that, now we're going to start to review what is before us in terms of its relationship to the ordinances of the town of Scarborough. So after that, who would like to go first on the board? Roger would, I know. Go ahead, Roger.
Well, I want to thank you for the presentation. I had to start all over again.
Sorry, Roger, you could have started all over again.
This is a wonderful project. No, I basically, I have no problem with the request for the existing waivers. And I'm inclined on the pedestrian facilities pertaining to the 50 feet away from the main building. You have to have a walkway access, okay? And my feeling is you guys know what works for you. And so I'm inclined to go along with that, which I assume will have to be in the form of another waiver request, okay? I'm pleased with the landscaping design or your plans for along Payne Road. Because when you drive along Payne Road right now, it's very dense. And I have no problem with natural resources and things like that, but I like nicely landscaped facilities too. And I think that would look nice. And from what I gather, you're gonna maintain the existing, whatever is left along the Downs Road is gonna remain as it is in its natural state. So that's fine with me. I think the building looks really nice. Blends in well, as I said from the very beginning, with the rest of the innovation district. I think it fits in there perfect. I think it's going to be a great entrance piece going into the Downs. And I'm assuming we're not talking about traffic because that's still unresolved. I was pleased to read in your presentation all the information about the fueling stations and how that operates and everything, because I know that was a concern with a lot of the public. So I think you've explained it well enough that I understand it, and it sounds like it's pretty efficient. So I can't think of anything else. You want me to keep going?
It's your turn at the mic. Go ahead.
I'm all set. I'll leave it. I'll leave some questions for others. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now I'm just going to vary this up, so I'm going to go Rick DePerry. Sorry.
Seriously, I always like to hear the other people first. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, on a good note, I don't think I have any issues with the waivers. I think the waivers all seem, I put smiley faces next to all of them, so that's a good sign. I do have concern with, and I know you guys did a good job of actually trying different layouts, and we asked for that, and I know that's a lot of work and a lot of time, a lot of money. So I appreciate you doing that. I guess maybe I may or may not have a problem. That turning right in and right out lane, I don't have my Google map, so I can't tell. I believe that's a 1-lane road right there on Payne Road, right whether you turn right in and right out. Do you know?
It will be a raised island in Payne Road in that location.
So I guess, is there a dedicated turning lane turning into this? I can't tell from any of the drawings.
Oh, no. And I guess they can verify that, but my understanding is that, like you were saying, it's a 1-lane, you're saying heading towards the mall. Say,
Coming from Cabela's, right there, we're gonna
Yeah.
turn right into these gas pumps. There's, if that backs
There's
up into
not an
Payne Road,
additional lane there.
it'll block Payne Road.
Correct. That's why the board had asked for the alternative maneuvering around the gas station. That was the concern.
Right, and I looked through that and I read it, and someone's gonna come out and put cones there so that it goes around so they won't block Payne Road. The challenge is you're relying on a gas station attendant to not block Payne Road, which is a pretty major road. And there's the Turnpike comes off right there, Cabela's comes off right there, and a lot of people come off of Haggis Parkway and turn right and head that way towards the mall. So you have a 1-way lane road with no turning lane. And again, I know you moved this all around and tried it different ways and tried to put the pumps in the back. I can tell you there's a similar establishment down the road from where this is located. And if anybody's been there recently, it is a cluster. Okay, you're saying 3.5 minutes to fill a car. Most of the time, I've timed it because I go there all the time, and a lot of people go there because gas is so expensive. They actually, I'm not gonna say what they do. Takes longer than 3.5 minutes, takes about 3 times that. So your pumps may pump out in 3.5 minutes and fill an entire tank, and that would be great. But is there a reason that we don't put a turning lane there? Is there a reason a turning lane won't fit there? Was it not feasible?
Should I? I guess all I can say is the traffic review is still happening, and if that's a concern or of the board, we can add that for the peer reviewer to also take a look at, because I'm sure they have the numbers and the data to know what kind of traffic is coming in at that access site.
And it looks as though we have somebody who may have a response to that.
Well, we also have our traffic here as well, but I believe it's actually 2 lanes from the intersection. And it goes past the right in, right out, merges into one. But if I may comment, the other establishment is a different establishment. I've done many, many gas stations with Costco, and we actually time it. We have an average of 3.5 minutes. Some might be 4, but you can fill from both sides. We have the centerpiece. We've learned from mistakes originally on, 15 years ago. And our attendants are trained specifically to deal with everything. Most importantly, the reason they're there is they're specifically trained to deal with making sure people understand how to get through the facility. So I have other locations where we do have mitigation plans where they have to cone off, and it works perfectly fine. So when we can get people through, and I can tell you that the majority of the time, except unless if it's very drastic and prices go up and we have, a much better price at one point, which is what happens, as you know, people will filter through that and there won't be a backup. But if there is, our attendants are very, very capable and they understand how to deal with that. So once they cone it off on that one side, it takes, a couple minutes. They're going to cone it off. People then will have to then enter into the site and they'll be able to direct through it. So I understand the concerns. I mean, I have older facilities that were originally done that we've been upgrading to new standards. But the traffic really does flow through these.
Okay, so with the price of gas, everybody's looking for the cheap gas. And that's
course.
why, and people, AAA says people are running out of gas because they're trying to get to the cheap gas. So with that said, the amount of people that are going to be going to Costco for gas is fairly substantial.
They're going to
More
be members.
than what is normally, more than what we would be normal, let's call it, because of the price of gas. And the price of gas isn't going to come down for the next 2 or 3 years probably. So
Well, that's speculation, but I don't disagree that the price of gas is up. We are typically less. When we come into a region, we actually help bring down the price of gas at other.
I really would appreciate it if you would let board member finish his
Yeah.
question. Thank you.
So normally we have a rule that if you have a corner lot, then you have the entrance comes off the least busy street. And we've made some exceptions for the downs because they're definitely contributing to Scarborough, but you have 3 entrances in this lot, not just one off the least busy street. You have an entrance off of every street that comes into the facility. And the gas pumps, I spoke to this the very first time this project was here. And I have no problem with Costco. I'm glad you're coming here. It's a great thing for the community. But the locations of your gas pumps, 15 feet from Payne Road, and I do believe, I travel that road almost every day, and it's 2 lanes down by Cabela's. It goes to 1 lane, and then it comes back 2 lanes right before Bridges Road. But right there, I believe it's 1 lane, and even if you need to have a turning lane there. So I don't know how, I'm not going to be in favor of this entrance, not the project, but this entrance without a turning lane there, because when you back up onto Payne Road, that's going to be a real problem. And I know you're going to do a traffic study because you've got to, well, actually, no, you don't do a traffic study because it's already done.
Just if I may, and I apologize for interrupting, you're going off some information that's actually not correct. So there is a traffic study that's already done, that's been approved.
Right.
It's all dealt with, and that identifies improvements that are supposed to happen. And currently the Downs is in the process of actually doing construction on Payne Road at that intersection. And as I mentioned at the beginning, it is 2 lanes that goes up past the right in, right out. So you will have a lane that is a bypass right at that point. It merges right after that to a single lane.
So it's 2 lanes all the way to Cabela's.
I just pulled up
past.
the plan.
It's
This
2
is the
lanes.
offsite.
It's 2 lanes from Cabela's all the way past.
So the offsite is showing, and you can't see it on here. The Costco entrance is just the left of that existing driveway that you're seeing through the property line that goes up and down on the page.
Can you
Costco
point
is
to
on
it
the
up there?
left.
We don't have a laser pointer, do we?
See where that arrow,
Costco is on the left, there, Eric
to
can.
the left of that
Right
arrow.
there.
that
So
merging
see the
like that.
arrow, that's where the merge is. So it is 2 lanes that is merging at that location. So you can see that there's a dimension that says 22.
So
2
you're telling me
feet.
that this is the entrance to Costco and there's 2 lanes right here. Come right here and go right by there.
The entrance is to the
actually by
left of
side,
that
By
one.
that box.
Yeah. So there's a dimension that shows it's 22 feet wide. I think it says 22.
So
This
might be a moot point. If there's 2 lanes that come all the way from Cabela's.
and it's
Yes.
merging in
all the way
front.
past.
Right there's the
Right-
entrance that goes
Right
past.
after entrance is the
Correct.
merge. It's an alternating merge right
So
there.
right at the entrance, it goes from 2 lanes to 1 lane. And then we're gonna have cars going from that 1 lane into the Costco gas pumps.
No,
No. They go into that entrance before it goes to 1 lane. See that dimension? It's essentially right at that dimension.
well,
then
actually
it
their
starts to
entrance
merge right after.
touches that existing driveway. Those 2 entrances are side by side. So I don't know how wide your entrance is, but it essentially touches that existing one all the way over.
My sense is we can argue this for a while, but I think it would be very helpful for the next meeting for you to come with
We can show the
is
diagram.
something very clear that the board can take a look at that shows what the street is going to look like there. Now, I've
We can go
recently
forward with
driven
that
down
so
Payne
it's
Road,
clear.
and there's a lot of construction and a lot of new lanes. So it would be very helpful, not just for Rick, but for the rest of us to see really clearly how that entrance and exit is going to be handled.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate it.
I guess the rest of it, like I said, I don't have any problems with the waivers and I like what you've done with the building and everything else. But I do have major concerns around that right in, right out. So I need to see that if that backs up, if the person with the cones has in the bathroom or he gets sick or run over by a car leaving the pumps, that Payne Road isn't going to back up and stop. So I need to see that Payne Road from your entrance can back all the way to Cabela's and there's still a lane going past. That's what I need to see.
Yep, we can show that.
Okay. And I know you're not doing a traffic study because again, it's already done. Normally, you know, when someone comes to us, they come with a traffic study and it's stamped by a licensed professional engineer. So, you know, I'm not saying I need it right now, but I may want something from a licensed professional engineer that says, we're not gonna have issues because then it goes back on their license. So
The traffic study was done and it was approved already.
not not with this entrance.
Our traffic engineers, Costco's traffic engineers, has worked with the Downs as well. And Dan can elaborate on a little bit more. But they've been working also together on the response for the comments that were given recently.
So maybe it's just a matter of, like Rachel pointed out, if you come with a nice picture that we don't have to try to decipher, that shows that there's 2 lanes all the way from your entrance back to Cabela's. So if 1 lane backs up all the way back to Cabela's, people can still get through because we can't block Payne Road. It's just not something that's even
I don't disagree with you.
considerable. Okay. The rest of it looks good. I think you did a nice job with, I like the landscaping and the way the rest of it works. I just have concerns with that gas station right where it is. But if you can show that it's not going to back up, then I'm fine. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jen?
I will try not to repeat too many of the points that Rick has just made, but I also am uncomfortable with the entrance and the fueling station's proximity to this entrance. And I understand the offsite plan that was just pulled up, and you may come next time with a graphic that shows that there's two through lanes on Payne Road here. But I also I don't want any of my comments to be construed as disrespectful to your staff and your training program. And I understand that you have that historically, and that's worked well for you. My experience is that it is always better to engineer out a hazard than it is to rely on a human being for that. And so that is great, like secondary reinforcement, but that we should be able to take care of this issue before it even gets to Payne Road. Like a site like this shouldn't even be, there shouldn't even be an option, in my opinion, for it to back up and impact a road as, you know, as critical as that. And so this then sort of goes back to the graphic that you have prepared about, I think you called it your queuing mitigation plan. And so I'm curious about why, I have a very specific question about why the entrance, so if someone's coming in off of Payne Road, the area that you would be coning off in the event of a high demand time period, why is that open ever? Like if you close that off, you would then force people to come further afield into your site and loop around and it sort of inherently queue themselves, you know, in the event of a longer, you know, more people in line.
Because it's a path of least resistance. And especially when the fueling facility is bringing people through, there's no need for them to have to go around. They're not going to back up out into it. And as much as we like to design for humans to try and control them, humans are pretty smart. We all drive cars. And that's a pretty amazing thing. So there is a level of, you know, you have to be able to allow that interaction to happen. So our gas attendants, yes, they're trained very well. They can't take a bathroom break without someone else being there. So they have to, there is this handoff that happens. And they're very good. They develop a relationship during that experience when you're going in to fuel your vehicle. So when someone's coming off Payne Road, most people are actually going to find the path of least resistance. They're going to come down to Scarborough Downs Road and they're going to come in through one of the others. You know, we have a distribution pattern that happens for the way people access our facility. And the majority of the people going to the gas station probably will be coming from the internal access point. But when they come off of Payne Road,
That's not what your trip distributions show though.
it depends if someone is there to shop first. If they're going to go shopping, then they're going to go from the parking space, then they're going to go to the gas station, to the fueling facility. So there is a large portion of that. And the trip distribution is not about gas only. It's about the entire
Yeah, so I have a question
operation
about
of-
that. Do you know that breakdown? Do you know like how many, what percentage? So you had 191 trips, peak trips in the AM peak hour. But I think that was to the site as a whole, correct?
Correct.
It said that they were
That's based
shared
on-
warehouse plus fuel trips.
Correct. We have, there's overlap trips, you know, and so the people that come in, what's the percentage of the people that come into the warehouse? That 14, that just use the fuel facility.
Okay.
So above and beyond that, it's shared. And so that's where we can provide a little more description on what that is at the next
Sure.
meeting for you.
And I believe that was actually one of the issues that our peer traffic engineering review team brought up that, you know, we discussed with Costco and their team. So I, as Mark said, that should be provided with the next submission.
That's being
Triple
worked on right
distribution.
now with.
Okay, yeah,
the
I know.
groups.
I'm sorry. You didn't want to like get too much into traffic, but my comments are really more about, I don't know, I guess they're always traffic related. I'm sorry. Maybe someday I'll have a lighting question, really like throw y'all off. I just, this comment is rooted in public safety, really, and the potential impacts for backups onto Payne Road. And so I'm still not hearing a good reason that I think to have that closed off, and having people go around in the same exact pattern that you're showing right here. That would be my recommendation moving forward, and I think that would alleviate many of the concerns that I have about this site and how it interacts with the public rights of way, and obviously some others as well. So that's that. Hold on. That's most of what I have to say. I'm curious why you have some of your parking spaces at 10 by 20 and others at 10 by 18.
Our parking spaces by standard are 10 by 20. We've developed that over the years. It provides an ease of use, especially for larger vehicles. It also provides an ease and safety of access because everybody has large carts.
Sure. I'm really
Our-
just looking for like the difference
The
between the two.
difference is the spaces that are behind the building are the only ones that are the 18s. And during the sketch plan meetings that we've had with you, we agreed to shift those down to 10 by 18 because those are not member parking spaces necessarily. That's gonna, employees can park
Or
there
staff.
and things like that. So it's
Okay.
not necessary for them to, they're still 10 foot wide.
Arguably, if they were staff, maybe they don't need to be, but is the aisle width that you're proposing there also going to be the 24-foot
No,
waiver that
that's
you're requesting?
The
30
truck routes
for the truck
are
route, okay.
larger.
Okay. So you effectively have the much larger space there anyway. Okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure about that operationally. I have a couple of other questions that may be answered. You briefly touched on at the beginning about changes in lot lines, and I think that maybe stemmed from subdivision alterations that we made previous to your last presentation, but it caught my attention because the plans in a couple of places, at least the versions that we're seeing, showed a fair amount of grading and disturbance over what appear to be the property lines, both to the north and east. I'm getting, or plan up and right. How about that? And so I'm just curious if those are to be remedied with the lot line adjustments in the next round, fair enough. But if not, it's just hard for me to tell. because-
The only grading that goes over the property line is on the north side, but our property line actually exists within the basin. It's a shared basin. So we have a little bit of our property line goes within that basin. So we have easements that cover everything from usage to construction to access and maintenance.
Okay,
The other one is along lot 1C to the
Right.
east. And there is some grading that happens there, and we will, because we've been working on it in the agreement, but we have an easement that is a construction easement. So we will be able to do grading into that parcel to satisfy the build.
okay. And even though if you are gonna secure easements between lots, that's fine, but it did, like, it looked to me like that you would be leaving, temporary agreement to me means, you have permission to do that work out there, but
Mhm.
that you're leaving a pretty significant, couple of foot difference, grade change between your site and that other site. And so I guess I'm just,
That other site is
clarifying.
undeveloped. And I know the Downs has plans to develop it in some fashion. I can let,
there's, you're tying utility stubs to that side too. So I'm just curious, like the burden that it's putting on that other lot, I guess.
Yeah, no, lot 1C is owned by Crossroads. The temporary easement shown on the subdivision plan, so there's already an easement in place with the
Yep.
subdivision plan. And with the development of lot C, it's anticipated that site will come up to a similar grade. So there's not going to remain a slope, but that site will come up and match in and it not be a burden on lot 1C.
Okay. I understand that. But without the development, it's a little, just it's hard to tell. Okay, and then the other one, so I guess that's the area to the north. I'm not zoomed out far enough to see the north arrow. I'm guessing it's north. So you're saying that the upper edge of the property line falls within the
correct. Can you zoom in a little bit more there?
the stormwater treatment area, but even beyond that, there's a limit of disturbance line and some grading that comes very, very close to the wetland boundary on that upper side. And so that's the area that just caught my attention as being sort of fairly outside of what I understand this lot to be.
That's part of the shared pond.
Okay,
So that pond is utilized by more than just our lot. It's also used by 1C as well as the adjacent ones to the east. So there is grading that happens up there, but it
Yeah.
doesn't go beyond their property line. That's up there on the north side.
it looks like it does to me.
Technically, it doesn't.
That's what I'm flagging. So that upper wetland boundary on sheet DM1 is just happens to be the first one that I pulled up that shows this. There's a note at the top that says limit of disturbance and site work contract limit line. And so if you have it's possible it's a planned thing. So if you have rights to do this work in this property, great, but it looks different than all the rest of the lot lines that you are working within is the point that I'm making. I can't, there's like, I'm not sure if it's called out with an owner or a lot number or anything.
We can clarify that for the next submission.
Okay.
But if it's the parcel that's been deeded to the land trust, which just happened recently, Crossroads reserved a easement area for stormwater improvements and grading.
Okay,
And that could be what you're seeing, but we'll check on that and make sure it's correct.
sure. Yeah, I mean, even just with a note easement, so a little information on that would be great. Do you have a bus stop here? Are you proposing a bus stop here?
No,
How come?
because we're not proposing one. We are mostly a vehicular driven facility. And there's no need typically for a bus stop in our facilities.
Okay, I think that's unfortunate. I think there's a lot of bus traffic, Scarborough, a lot of people don't think of this as a place where we have a lot of bus traffic, but anyone that's driven through some of our other heavier retail areas where there are bus stops, they are used. And there's ways to do it, that don't result in the bus having to come fully into the site. But I think that's an unfortunate omission for a site like this to exclude people from shopping here that may want to get here, not in a car. And I understand that there's other, that's part of a larger conversation in terms of, the overall Downs development and how transit plays a part in that. But you have terrific access onto a major thoroughfare here. And that would be something that I think would be a benefit not only to your store and your customers, but to our community overall as well. And, you're obviously making accommodations elsewhere on your site for, pedestrian connectivity and, maneuvering of different other different types of vehicles within the site. So I would just, I guess, encourage maybe a reconsideration of that. And then lastly, I think the last question that I have has to do with phasing and overlapping of other projects. So I read the plan is for this to open in the spring of 24. And because I haven't yet quite committed the offsite mitigation map to memory, I'm just curious if someone could at a very high level remind us of what sort of key infrastructure, offsite infrastructure pieces will be in place at that time. Primarily, does the Scarborough Downs Road get connected through this whole site by then? And do we have a connection out onto Higas Parkway by then? Or is all site traffic initially coming here from Payne Road?
Yeah, so in terms of offsites, right now, we talked about Payne Road's under construction right now for additional turn lanes, new signals, a lot more capacity. Also, coming off of exit 42, there's a widening that's occurring in front of the Irving. And a right turn lane was recently completed, Higas Parkway onto Payne Road. So that's all complete or underway in terms of offsites. In terms of Scarborough Downs Road through the site, working with Costco and Mark, Scarborough Downs Road there'll be a way to traverse, through town center. When Costco's open, it'll be dynamic because of town center being under construction, but there'll be a connection from Route 1 during that construction process. Kind of, as a matter of course with the project. In terms of Market Street, the Higas Road connection, right now that's starting construction, that first segment this summer. That'll be done next spring to start that roadway. We're working on design for town center and that process will likely come to you, this summer, fall with starting that review. So that has some time to go through permitting. But in terms of our TMP requirement, no later than 2026, that connection will be made. So it could be as early as 24, but no later than 26, that connection will be made. In terms of other offsites, the ones closest to the site that aren't completed this year would be that Payne Road and Muzzy intersection. That's in 24, which is around the time of the opening. Could be late 23, could be in the year of 24 in terms of opening. And then that whole Payne Road corridor will also be 24. So that's the closest kind of
Okay, yeah, that's helpful.
set of improvements.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Dan, I know there are plans to run the buses at some point through the downs. It might be helpful if you could tell us if you have any plans to put a bus stop someplace in the vicinity of Costco.
That's right now, the bus service that's committed to by the transit agencies are the ones that's running on Route 1. So there's been a lot of study about, okay, what other lines or routes are possible, particularly maybe from Metro or South Portland bus that serves Payne Road by Walmart, Sam's, and Main Mall. But there's no plan working with the town, the transit agencies to kind of have that service that would hit the Payne Road side of the project. So that's really outside of, frankly, the Downs control. That's really more of a regional transit initiative that needs to progress to kind of go from just a Route 1 service to up to a Payne Road service. And when that happens, there's certainly opportunities to obviously add bus stops and shelters, but feel like are a ways off in terms of those transit agencies establishing a route and then kind of funding it and committing to it.
Thank you. Jen, do you have more? All right, thank you. Karen.
I have no problem with the 4 waivers that they asked for. I think it makes more sense to have the building in the back. Pedestrians walking into the building that way, so.
Thank you. Rick?
I guess, well, first, I don't have a problem with the waivers on the drive aisle or the parking lot, parking space dimensions. I do have a problem with the lighting waiver you're asking for, mainly because your photometrics don't have an average summary table, and I was hoping that maybe you would provide that with your next submission, if you could. And I'd kind of like to see what it would look like with your proposed 36-foot lights as you're looking at it from the different roads. What I don't want to see is you're coming down either direction and the thing you see are light poles. And I'm worried about that happening, and that would take away from the aesthetics of going into the downs and you seeing the greenery and everything like that. What you're going to see is you're going to see tall light poles like you're in a stadium. And that doesn't seem like it would fit well within that innovation.
The poles are slim. You really don't see them.
Yeah,
There's
you
a
can
number
accomplish
less.
the same lighting with a 20-foot pole.
You actually get a more.
It's all about cutoffs, and it's all about the symmetry of the lights and the photometrics of the lights.
And if you.
Please let the board member finish.
I would like to see what it would look like from a person driving down the road or walking down, what it would look like between a 20-foot pole and your 36-foot poles.
We can absolutely do that.
You've accomplished the lighting at both heights according to your photometrics. But our standard is 20-foot poles. You're asking for a waiver, so you have to demonstrate why you need that waiver. And I know cost is a factor, but I'm more worried about the aesthetics and what it brings to the neighborhood. So I'm asking for that in your next submission before I can grant that waiver. I want to be a little more educated on what it's going to look like. I too am concerned with the fueling island. But I will reserve that for the information you're going to come back with based on conversations from my other colleagues. And then finally, I'm a little disappointed that less than 1% of the parking spaces will be able to accommodate electric vehicles. This is off the turnpike. You're going to have folks coming from a fairly significant distance. Let's just say Augusta. You're the first store. You're the only one in Maine. People like your brand. They want to come and shop, but they live in Augusta. But they own an EV. They're not going to come because they would need a charge.
If I may explain, in the Portland area, there are over 316 charging locations.
I'm talking about this site and this plan.
In this site. So what you're talking about is the beginning of what is the discussion of how electric is going to be used. I can actually state that I have some experience in this because I drive a Tesla, and I drive a Tesla over 100 miles every day. I know exactly that I get over 360 miles to my charge, and I know I can get up here to Portland by stopping once. So when it comes to the discussion of EV, the question is not an issue of whether we support it or we don't. The question is we do. We have a national agreement with Electrify America to come in and partner with us. They have to be willing to do that. We have the ability to provide it as well. So we've committed in this location to provide 6 different locations. We are looking right now at the options because we would pursue the fast chargers, not the level 2. And I can give you a whole discussion of why I don't agree with level 2 And you can go to many other businesses and retailers that have level 2, they're broken, they're not taken care of. Someone ends up sitting at them for extended periods of time. They take up good spaces that everyday members can use. If you go to the Walmart, they have fast superchargers. If you go up a little further, you've got the Tesla superchargers. They take 15 minutes. So there's an evolution that's happening within the EV world right now. And it's happening this year over the next few, where the timing that's happening for how you charge is decreasing exponentially.
Thank you. Rick, I'm going to ask you as a personal favor to explain what your background is in terms
Well,
of
I
this
don't have to
issue.
go too far. I know EVs. I'm part of the team that runs the state energy efficiency programs. We're in this world. 6 parking lots out of 792 is not forward looking. It's not planning for the future. And I'm encouraging you to look at that and plan for the future. You're the gateway into the innovation district. We ought to have some stuff that is going on and be planning for the future. So I totally agree with you. Level 2s, there is a need for some level 2s, but I certainly think if you talk to some of your other chains, Target is putting in level 3s just down the road at their own expense. And it's a lot more money to put it in now than if you do it when you're building your parking lot. It's a lot cheaper to do it when you're building your new parking lot.
Oh, you're talking about quantity.
Yeah, well, and the fact that you're putting them in. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I think this is it's a very short-sightedness that you're willing to do as you bring in this business into Scarborough, and you're not planning for the Scarborough residents for their future. So take a look at that. And there was one more. Yes. And I think I brought it up, but I didn't see any change in any of the elevation drawings, but I'm concerned of rooftop units and what that would look like from the gateways into the district and off the Payne Road. What are the plans for your heating and cooling? And if you need to do facades so that we don't see them from traveling to and from your site.
We'll bring to the next meeting the view lines that show.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And Chad.
Yeah, I guess my question is more probably likely the next submission, but being just an overall approach to the signage for the district, how it's incorporated and what you're going to see at the corner intersection, and are you going to see changeable LED signs as far as the gas station and things like that? And then back to the roof, is this a high reflectance roof? So, and likewise, screening of any potential rooftop units there.
Our signage is solid. You can see actually from that rendering, see those little lines that stick out. Those are actually, they're lit from outside. So there's no LED signage.
Well,
as
I'm
far as
talking
like lit
roadway.
letters, I meant.
Yeah, from a roadway.
From the, oh, like, you mean?
The gas prices. things like
No,
that.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I shouldn't say that. We don't do like monument signs. We're not doing signage that it displays to the roadway like other gas stations would that show gas prices. The only thing that we would do is we have, what do you call them? The little foldable sandwich boards. We put it in the entry vestibule in there, and then it's on the pumps. Because it's member-based, so we don't have to sort of display it to the public because not everybody can go to it.
And then I guess just general site circulation, are there other pylon signs?
No pylon signs.
And then didn't notice, I'm assuming you have a generator?
No, we have the ability to connect a generator in case of an emergency, so that the building and the fuel facility can run off it.
That's all I have.
Thank you. I have a few questions, a couple of things I just want to test to see if my memory is correct. The gas station is not going to be open in the morning during rush hour. It's going to be, it opens at 10, or it opens when the building opens. Is that correct?
No, we typically open, it varies, but we have, it's like an average of an hour before opening that the fueling facility opens.
So what would that be here?
So 9.
So
or
9
earlier.
o'clock. So
But we haven't set that yet because operations will evaluate the market as we get closer, and then they'll look at setting those times.
all right, I think in terms of some of the comments that you've heard here about concerns about Payne Road is extraordinarily busy during morning commutes and evening commutes. And to the extent that you can move folks into the gas station, not at the heaviest traffic time of the day. If that's possible, that might go a long way towards easing some of the crowding. Now, I understand you have to make a business decision. I thought at the original time that we talked about this, what you originally said is that it would not be open until the building was open. But
The gas station I've always commented was open sometime before. When we were discussing that, we were talking about the offset of how the warehouse facility opens at 10 o'clock. So that is an offset from rush hour. So our traffic impact is less than, because it's not, people aren't traveling.
okay, thank you. I have some questions, unsurprisingly, about parking. I did not notice any walkways for pedestrians through the parking lot to the building. Now, certainly right close to the building, there were sidewalks or crosswalks. But I gather from the staff comments that there is a reluctance to put in pedestrian walkways into the parking lot. Could you comment, please?
We have over 830 warehouses around the world.
I don't care. Please
No, I know, but
comment on
I'm
what I've
using that
just,
as an
please
explanation.
comment on what I've just said.
We have the experience with how people utilize our sites. And there is a safety level to allowing them to be able to walk through the parking lot the way it is laid out.
You're going to have to prove that to me. Simply because human nature says they will go in the easiest direction. If there are no cars in front of them, they will cross through parking areas with their carts. If they pull one out of a corral, or if they're leaving the building. And that becomes the Wild West in terms of pedestrian safety. And that's a real concern. We've started to talk before about other safety issues. So let me point you to the page 6, the performance, section 4, performance and design standards. The planning board, when the planning board finds that due to the nature or special circumstance of a particular plan, requirements of certain standards are not requisite to the interest of public health, safety, and general welfare, the planning board may waive such requirements subject to appropriate conditions to achieve the intent of this ordinance. One of the areas of concern about public health, safety, and general welfare comes later on when it talks about, the standard talks about the layout and design of driveways and parking areas shall provide for safe and convenient circulation of vehicles throughout the site and shall provide the necessary curbing, directional markings, and signage to achieve this requirement. The layout, design, and circulation pattern also provide for pedestrians and cyclists, as well as emergency delivery and service vehicles. Number 5, traffic calming measures shall be included where appropriate to discourage speeding within the site and between abutting sites. Measures may include speed tables, on-street parking, raised crosswalks, vertical curbing, etc. Number 8, drive-through lanes shall minimize conflicts with pedestrian circulation routes. Motorists shall be made aware of pedestrians through signage, lighting, raised crosswalks, changes in paving or other devices. The site plan shall be designed to minimize queuing in parking lots or other areas which could cause congestion or unsafe conditions. Note the constant reference to unsafe. D, parking areas. Parking lot shall be designed to complement adjacent buildings, the site, and the neighborhood by not being a dominant visual element. Every effort shall be made to reduce the scale of parking lots for aesthetic and stormwater reasons. Parking areas shall balance the needs of both vehicles and pedestrians. Parking lots shall be accessible and organized to serve the motorists while being safe and pedestrian friendly. Page 13, number 7, within larger parking lots where the main building shall be 50+ feet from at least half of the parking spaces, a network of walkways shall be provided. These walkways shall be separated from parking bays and travel lanes by raised curbing or landscape and buffering, and shall be aligned with the main entry or a focal point on the building for wayfinding. Number 8, walkways shall be located where motorists can anticipate pedestrians. Likewise, walkways shall be designed to give pedestrians a view of the oncoming vehicles and shall avoid bisecting the drive-through lanes, access and service drives, and other high-traffic routes. 9, internal crosswalks shall be provided and marked by a change in pavement, texture, pattern, or color to maximize pedestrian safety. And page 14, number 10, areas adjacent to walkways shall be landscaped with trees, shrubs, ground covers, benches, or other materials. Walkways in parking areas shall include landscaped islands for visual relief, shade, and scale. In walkways in parking areas shall include landscape islands for visual relief, shade, and scale. Sorry, repeated that. Number 12, major entrances to new or renovated buildings shall be complemented with outdoor seating or use areas. Number 13, provisions shall also be made for bicycle racks. The standards call all the way through for attention to pedestrian safety, where motorists and pedestrians might come into very unfortunate contact. I understand that you may have developed parking areas all around the United States and maybe the world. As I said at the beginning, our role is to deal with performance and design standards in the Scarborough ordinances. So I would like you to come back next time. No, you may not. I would like you to come back next time with information on how you plan on providing for the safety of pedestrians. It's all throughout the parking lot in a way that meets the performance and design standards. I will also point out in terms of parking that the parking area in front of the building leading towards the truck loading and unloading is actually, according to our guidelines and according to our ordinances, a dead end, because all of a sudden people in that area through the front of the building end up right in the driving area, in the loading area. So if you want to keep those parking areas there, you're going to need to end the dead end of that.
How is that a dead end?
It's a dead end because where are people going to go? Are they going to go all the way around the building? Is that the only way that they're going to get out past the trucks through the employee parking lot?
That's how it happens in other locations as well. Same
Yeah,
with
that's
Walmart
nice,
and
but
Target.
in terms of what we're saying, in terms of the way we're looking at it, it appears to be a dead end. So you come back with an explanation. Thank you very much. You make, no, not at this point, not at this point. You come back with an explanation of how somebody is going to be able to turn around, or what sort of wayfaring and directional information you're going, and signage you're going to have up there to direct motorists through the unloading and loading docks and around the side of the building. One of the requirements is that there needs to be wayfaring signs all the way through. I have a concern on the road that, the drive aisle that is an exit onto Payne Road. And part of that concern is that you've got a whole row of parking that will back out into one of the main exits and entrances. So that also becomes a concern. Please take a look at how that's going to be handled. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very welcome.
And we are done. We look forward to seeing you again.
Okay.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, I believe, the plant electric and Miser Investments have both left. Is that correct?
Yep, and they've both submitted letters saying they are willing to be tabled till the next.
All right, very good. So we are on, and I said 10:45. How about that? We are on to staff report.
Nothing to report at the moment. I guess other than, I know I notified everybody via email, but there is a training happening in August, a boardsmanship workshop. I think probably boardsmanship plus a little bit more than what we did with Phil back in May. So if anybody's interested in that, let us know and Doreen can register you using town funds.
Is it online?
I believe it's in person in South Portland. Yep,
I'll sign up.
it's at one of the hotels in South Portland.
Yeah, I'll go.
Anybody else? It's good. Even if you went 5 or 6 years ago, it's good to get a refresher. But talk to Eric or Doreen. Administrative amendment report.
We have a few right now. Blast from the Past Diner is locating a shed on the property that be replacing an existing shed. There's Bluebird Storage is looking to remove concrete stops, but I believe Angela's worked with them on that, as well as revising some of their signage. And then finally, we recently approved Portland Pie for outdoor seating at their Scarborough location. So they'll be able to have that through the summer.
Oh, good. Number 12, minor development reviews.
None at this time.
13, correspondence. 14, planning board comments. Would anybody like to say anything? Yeah, I don't blame you. Okay, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, find a second.
I'll third.
Okay, we got a second. We got Rick DePerry a second. We're adjourned.